watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are tracking a number of things here this morning. Trying to jump ahead to this afternoon already. There are some things going on this afternoon that we will get to in a little bit. One thing that I want to bring your attention to, it's not till about 4 o'clock after we wrap up on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be keeping an eye out on that live stream coming up later. A college sports roundtable that the president is hosting today at the White House. Governor Ron DeSantis is reportedly been invited and participating in this, as is Urban Meyer. Tim Tebow has been invited to that as well, and seeing some conflicting reports about whether he is able to participate or not. But that should be interesting. That's coming up at the White House around 4 o'clock. So that's looking ahead to this afternoon. Now, this morning, we've got a number of things that we're keeping an eye on. Governor Ron DeSantis held a roundtable earlier today. It's already wrapped up, but looking at artificial intelligence. This comes the week that the Florida Senate voted to approve an AI Bill of Rights that had some specific protections and guardrails for parents, and really steps to protect kids who are using artificial intelligence and chatbots and those kinds of things. So in this roundtable discussion today, we heard some testimony from some state leaders, the leader of the Secretary of the Department of Children and Families, the Secretary of the Florida Agency for Healthcare Administration. We also heard a Texas mother share her story. She has testified on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. before, talking about her son's experiences with AI chatbots, and really kind of pushing this framework for an AI Bill of Rights. We know the Senate has passed it, unlikely to go anywhere in the House, but Governor DeSantis still continuing this push with that roundtable earlier today. So we'll get into that in just a little bit. Luis Diaz-Polanco, the suspect accused of shooting a Deluchia County deputy, he was also in court this morning and appeared for, it was a brief hearing, pre-trial detention hearing, and a couple of other motions as well, where the attorneys showed the body camera video that was released just a couple of days ago. We're also keeping an eye on what is happening in Tallahassee. Let me give you a live look right now as debate continues on, it looks like, let me see if I can see, 1758. That's the bill that is being discussed right now. That's Senator Don Gates. This is a bill doing some audits and reviews of claims under the state Medicaid program. So also instituting, looking to seek federal approval to implement mandatory work and community engagement requirements for able-bodied adults as a condition of obtaining and maintaining Medicaid coverage. Let's go ahead and listen in to this debate in Tallahassee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because we believe work is good, because we believe that a welfare culture that is repetitive generation after generation is bad. That's the public policy that's embedded in this legislation, that we believe that we ought to help people be able to get a job, keep a job, and help pay for the costs of their own care and help contribute to their own community and their own family. That's why.
Senator Osgood.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as a former welfare mom SNAP recipient, I'm a prime example that work is good. But there were times that I was in the middle where I had a job that was not sufficient to provide the other benefits. When this reform was considered, was there any discussion about allowing educational opportunities to meet work requirements?
Senator Gates.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, and it's in the bill. You can satisfy the work requirement if you are in a training program that is actually leading to a job, not a training program that's sort of, leading to, intellectual pursuits, but a training program that's actually leading to a job satisfies the work requirement. So the answer to your question is yes.
Senator Osgood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you give me some examples of training programs that you would consider leading to jobs, and then training programs that you would consider leading to something intellectual? I think it's important that those that listening understand the difference between the two and what's required in the bill and what's not.
Senator Gates.
Thank you very much. There are over 160 national industry certifications that are recognized now in the state of Florida. Training programs that are provided through high schools, through trade schools, through community colleges and state colleges, and even some state universities and private entities that allow an individual to earn a national industry certification in skills that range everywhere from construction technology and a whole series of certifications within that category, all the way to cybersecurity. It is an extensive array of opportunities. And those are all available. They are available under current law. This legislature has led the nation in creating career and professional education opportunities for people who are, in the middle of their lives, at the beginning of their lives. Even people, who are retired are able to avail themselves of those opportunities. And if you have a national industry certification, you're just about guaranteed a job. That's the way that it works in the state of Florida. If you want examples.
Debate continuing in Tallahassee. We'll check back in on that in a little bit. But right now I want to get you to Orlando, the Orange Lake County line, where work is going to begin next week to put some bridge beams over State Road 429 near Schofield Road. Going to be the next step in connecting the new State Road 516 with the 429, that connector road in Orange and Lake County. So let's go ahead and listen in as we hear an update. That's going to involve some overnight detours as well. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Steel bridge girders. So starting Sunday night, we'll be placing 8 steel. All right, for real this time. Starting Sunday night, we'll be placing 8 steel bridge beam girders for the new State Road 516, State Road 429 interchange. These girders are about 65 tons each, and they'll be placed over the active State Road 429 lanes. As a result, we'll be doing detours nightly, starting Sunday night through next Saturday night between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. in the morning. Obviously, these are heavy bridge beams, so we need to have the detours in place so we don't impact traffic and for the safety of our crews. The new interchange is coming along. This is a major milestone. We've been in construction now for about a year and a half. So having the framework now in place for the new 516 State Road 429 interchange will be tremendous. So folks are really going to see really work starting to move more quickly now that we have this in place. So what it means to folks out here in West Orange and Lake County is really, this is the beginning of the new 5-mile connection between State Road 429 in West Orange County to US 27 in Lake County. This area is experiencing tremendous growth, and this new road is going to really help people by providing that critical east-west connection between this area. So folks starting next year are actually going to be able to take advantage of a new section, the first section that we're going to open, which will be from 429 to County Road 455. That section is going to open next spring. So in about a year, we'll have that open. And that's going to be important to help relieve some of the congestion on Schofield Road and Avalon Road by providing a direct connect into State Road 429. Then also later this year, we're going to start construction on the next 2 sections of State Road 516, and that will connect from the Lake Orange County line all the way to US 27. And by 2029, we will anticipate to have the entire 5-mile section open to traffic for everyone to start using. So this is going to be a major, major deal for folks that live, work, and travel in this section of Central Florida.
Talk about the significance of this day. I mean, this is really going to be the part that connects the 429 to the 516. So why is this so important?
Well, you can see we've already started, we have the framework in place in most sections. This is the last critical piece of completing the new interchange with 429 and 516. So really, once we have that full interchange framework in place, then we can start building it and getting it ready for traffic.
Talking about how this is going to really help residents between Orange and Lake County who are traveling through here. I mean, right now, there's really not a good way to get between the two.
Right, there's not a good way to get between the two, and if there's an accident or some other type of impact, people can get stuck in traffic for considerable amounts of time. And if there's an emergency, that impacts people if they're having a medical emergency and the medical team can't get to them. That's real life, issues there. So it's quality of life, primarily of being able to get from point A to point B in a reliable, safe manner. And this road will provide that.
And I know this is a little farther out, but there's going to be about a 3-mile stretch that charges those EV vehicles. Can you touch on that? That's been a big talking about this expressway.
Yeah, in the Lake County section, it's going to be about a half-mile actually section that is a pilot project that will charge electric vehicles at highway speed. Why that's important is, the technology and advances in vehicles has been astounding over the last few years with just smart cars and electronic vehicles and stuff, so electric vehicles rather. So this is really a proof of concept about how you would build this type of road and how cars would operate on it. Now, if you've got your Tesla and stuff, it's not going to work on that. We'll have a specially equipped fleet that will have receptors that will charge as you go over the road. So this is our most innovative project that we've ever built. And so we're really excited about the range of not only the practical application of being able to provide that new east-west connectivity, but also a range of innovations that we have. It will be the tolling structures and the signs will actually be charged by solar power. So we have wildlife connectivity on this, trails. So it's really, we're looking at this project very holistically, not just building a new east-west connection between Lake Orange and Lake County and West Orange.
And of course, it's going to take a while, though, for this to be fully done. So what would you want to tell drivers, specifically traveling in West Orange County and over Lake County, as you, especially, do these overnight closures?
Yeah, the detours will happen between New Independence Parkway, exit 15, and Schofield Road, exit 13. We ask folks traveling through that area just to be mindful, maybe allow themselves a little extra time, and also to be alert for the crews that are working in the area. But again, we're doing this work at night, so we anticipate that the impact of most folks driving through this area is going to be minimal.
Do you anticipate that part of the project being done that week? Will it take any longer, or it could be shorter?
Based on the current schedule and the weather forecast, we're looking at, for those 8 steel girders to take us through from Sunday night, and we'll be able to wrap up by Saturday night on it. So we're pretty confident on that. Again, we have contingencies, so if we might actually accomplish them sooner than that. So we'll be prepared, but we'll only be doing this work at night. We won't be doing it during the daytime because, as you can see, State Road 429 is a very busy road. Yeah, and that's that segment starting next spring that will be opening from the 429 interchange, and you'll be able to hop on 516 to County Road 455. Why that's important? There's tremendous development going on in this region, especially around Wellness Way, and all that traffic currently is just on the local roads. So by having that as a reliever will really help kind of take that pressure off the local roads, let folks that want to make local trips down those local roads, folks that are doing those regional trips will be up top on the expressway.
And how much traffic would be coming, when it's all complete, how much traffic you guys estimate that it will be used?
19,000. Yeah, we anticipate daily traffic count when it opens, when State Road 516 opens, to be 19,000 trips per day. So think about that, of having 19,000 fewer cars on the local roads. That's a big impact. What else am I got anything? Hopefully I didn't flub up too much.
Perfect.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is actually standing on one of the ramps.
It is.
So I was gonna. It's so funny. We had the same thought. Yes, this is the new ramp from 516 to State.
All right, so we heard the updates there. They talking about this new connector between Orange and Lake counties that and the work that's going to be done on that interchange between the 429 and what's going to be the future 516. Going to give a new east-west travel option. You heard them say how critical that road is going to be because of the growth in those areas of Orange County and Lake County. Scheduled to open in 2027, at least this section of it, this kind of 1 mile segment from the Orange Lake County line to the 429. But then the remainder of that road, the State Road 516, scheduled to open in 2029. So a lot of work going to be done. And as you heard, they said they are doing the bridge beams. That's going to start Monday. And going to cause some overnight detours starting around, I think he said 9:45 or in that 9 o'clock hour on Sunday night until the morning. So not going to be open during, those detours not going to be in place, not going to be lane closures during heavy traffic periods. So that's certainly good. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've got a lot to get to here, so we keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, big weekend here in Central Florida with the Arnold Palmer going on. Bike week is still continuing. I mean, and it's going to play the part. I mean, we've got Florida weather here for it.
It's going to feel like Florida. We'll have some rain we have to dodge along the way, but it's not going to be a total loss, so that's good. And I will say it looks like as of now, at least for today, the heaviest of the rain is going to be taking place as we head into areas closer to I-75 and points west. But at least right now we're seeing a good amount of sunshine, just some clouds building in. That's going to continue to be the case as we head throughout the rest of today. Really the next 12 hours features warm temperatures, increasing clouds, a couple of showers along the way. But Orlando specifically, it looks like we're going to be really a close call in terms of us seeing maybe even just a light shower or two. We've noticed the rain has been kind of overperforming a little bit the last couple of days, so I have a feeling that we might see this try and venture its way a little further east than what some of the models are trying to show us in terms of the trends. But when it comes to temperatures, we'll make it into the mid-80s for this afternoon. It's going to be feeling a lot like summer. Our normal high is 78, so we're going to be above that by almost 10 degrees. So when it comes to the rain, mostly taking place during the afternoon, no shocker there. We'll see maybe a couple of blips on the radar by, say, 2 or 3 o'clock. Better chances, though, will arrive as we get closer towards, say, 6, 7, 8 o'clock as the sun's setting. So they won't have a ton to work with, and it's really going to be affecting areas closer to the Gulf Coast more than anything. But again, we'll see, say, Marion and Sumter counties. That's where we have the better chances of seeing the rain, and points west. So really areas closest to Tampa will probably have the highest chances of rain once again for today. Then as we head into tonight, we'll dry things out. So the Arnold Palmer, obviously big weekend on the way. Tomorrow, right now we have it at a 20% chance, but again, it's going to be a close call because some spots further to the west will have a higher chance of rain. But generally speaking, we're keeping it pretty low. It will take place during the afternoon hours. It's always kind of a close call when it comes to the Arnold Palmer, it seems, but it'll be warm regardless. Make sure you're drinking water. It will still have some sunshine between breaks in the clouds. It'll be kind of similar to like what we're seeing today, in all honesty, maybe just a slightly better chance of rain. A high of 85 tomorrow, 87 by Sunday. So definitely warmer as we head towards the second half of the weekend, and even warmer than that as we look ahead towards next week. A high of 88 for Tuesday and Wednesday. It is going to be toasty. That is 10 degrees above normal. Wouldn't be shocked if we had a couple spots making a run for 90 degrees. Fine by me.
Yeah.
In all honesty, I know it really has been such a whiplash of the weather, it seems, over the last month or so, because it has been. But yeah, we're going to be above normal, overperforming by quite a bit as we head into next week.
I know not everyone feels this way, but I'm ready for the warmth, especially because we had, I know like temperature-wise, the winter wasn't cold, but it just seemed colder than normal because of the times that we had those like more extreme cold snaps.
It was historically cold. I mean, it was the coldest that we've seen in like 10 years. So yeah, it was historically cold. So I'm
ready for the warmth. I know that.
Me too. I want to put my jackets away even in the mornings. I know this morning was a little warm and muggy, but I was like, you know what? I'll take it. I'd rather have this. And this is the Florida people love and come to expect. So
yeah, I'm right there with you. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jess Dobson, thanks for joining us. Let me give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Where Bike Week is continuing in Daytona right now, and Volusia County and other counties across Florida getting ready for an influx of spring breakers. We heard just a little bit ago from New Smyrna Beach Police Chief Chris Kirk talking about how in New Smyrna they're getting ready for spring breakers. Here's what the chief had to say just a little bit ago.
This is a great time to be in New Smyrna Beach, and we were all spring breakers once. But come over with the plan to adhere to the laws and statutes so you can continue to have a great time and not have to go home in handcuffs or back to your parents.
Have you had problems before?
Years ago, when it really ramped up, things got out of control. The last couple of years, we've kept things mainly in control thanks to partnerships with other local and state agencies, but we'll be continuing a zero tolerance approach in order to keep the peace for this year.
Will y'all be utilizing drones this year for safety?
Yes, we do utilize drones in order to be able to see areas that are otherwise unobservable by us. We'll have several technology options in place in order to better keep our eyes on everything.
Will there be a curfew? If so, what time and how long?
Yep, the curfew is at 11 p.m. We encourage anyone without a parent or not going to and from work or school to be home long before the curfew.
When are you expected to see the highest activities?
Generally, it's busy through the week, but it really starts the Thursday preceding spring break, as that's traditionally senior skip day, and then a teacher work day the next day. So we expect everything to really kick up next Thursday and be busy throughout the following 10 days or so.
Are you taking extra precautions for those e-bikes and scooters?
We'll have plenty of staff out here to keep an eye on everything, every city ordinance and every statute.
What about underage drinking?
That's a main focus. Generally, when the kids get out here and get to drinking, that's when bad decisions happen. So we will be taking a zero tolerance approach to any underage drinking, alcohol possession, vape possession, narcotics possession, etc.
Leave your guns at home.
Absolutely. This is not the place to mix alcohol, drugs, and firearms.
Like, I know years past there's been like an influx of like high school age kids. Is there anything different you're doing this year as opposed to years past?
Now, the high school kids are generally what create the circumstances that we've had to deal with mostly. The adults, they want to come enjoy the shops, the bars, the restaurants. It's the high school kids that have nowhere to go and nothing to do that generally get out of hand as the day goes on and the sun beats down. So that's what we'll be focusing on with our zero tolerance approach, making sure that those who do want to come and visit New Smyrna for all its great attributes can do so in a great way.
And is there like a message you have for like the parents of those kids who like drop these kids off out here and they kind of go feral?
Yeah, we're not here to babysit, so this isn't the place to come drop your kids. If they commit a crime or a violation here without adult supervision, you'll have to come and tend to them back here in New Smyrna Beach.
So the New Smyrna Beach police chief with some strong words of warning and what they want people to know. That's a similar message we've heard from local governments and police leaders all across the state, getting the word out that they don't want troublemakers for spring break. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. No trouble here either, but give you a live look at Daytona Beach right now from our Hard Rock Hotel camera, and it is looking nice out there on this Friday morning. Keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've got more to come right after this break on Fox Local and YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I told you earlier about the AI roundtable that Governor Ron DeSantis held and participated in before he heads to D.C. for a college sports roundtable at the White House coming up later today. We'll get into a little bit more from the roundtable coming up in a little bit, but I do want to play for you as the members of the panel took some questions at the end of it and talked about the importance of this issue, why they believe there are regulations and restrictions that need to be in place, and talking about their personal experiences with this as well. So this is the Q&A portion from the end of that roundtable earlier today in Tallahassee.
Thank you so much, all, for coming out here this morning, and thank you extra for your patience with me as a parent. I had to go cheer up my 3-year-old a little bit. But that's, of course, exactly why we're all here, because we want what's best for our children, for our future, and for our country. And I just want to reiterate again how honored I am to be here in your beautiful state, which is the place in our entire nation where things are actually being done now in a way that they aren't elsewhere. And what I predict is going to happen is that you will do things here which will trigger a domino effect, where many other states, first probably Utah and then a bunch of others, and then all of them are going to really follow suit, follow Florida's lead, first in protecting children, and then in this broader humans first agenda where we create an exciting future with AI, where AI is used not just to help cure diseases and keep our children healthy, but to produce incredible unseen prosperity and do other marvelous things. And it's not going to stop at the states. Once the states have led the way, we will see the federal government follow. I think, in fact, some of the things that you are doing here and discussing doing here in Florida right now at the executive level are things which might follow pretty soon through the Department of Health and Human Services at the federal level, once they see, you know, this is easy, it can be done. And it's going to happen internationally as well. So I think basically Florida, you will be the leader in the pro-human movement, and the world will follow. I'm incredibly keen to hear more, and then after we finish here, also learn more from those of you who serve Floridians in the government, how people like myself and AI researchers all around the country can help do what you're starting to do here. Because I want you all to know, even though some AI CEOs and investors have spoken very callously about these things, they don't speak for me. They don't speak for the vast majority of other professors or researchers who are doing this. Most of us who went into researching this, and I've been working on AI for close to a decade now, we did it because we're so excited about what the upside can be with the highest ideals. And that's exactly why it pains us so much to see this being used for these awful things. So not just, I don't speak just for myself. I feel I speak for our whole nation of AI researchers. You know, when you lead the way, never hesitate to ask us, how can we bring in our expertise and help you lead this? Thank you.
I'm grateful to be here today. This is, to me, an amazing opportunity. Anytime they ask if I'll come speak, I think, if it can touch one heart or one family or somebody, I'm willing to do whatever I need to do to help. And that's what I always tell on interviews and stuff too, is I'm here to help, and let me know how I can help. I agree a lot with what Max has said and everybody else. And when I came forward, one of the main purposes was because I couldn't find help. So I felt like if people heard my son's story and my story, I wanted the help to find me, because I couldn't find the help. So I feel like I'm grateful for Governor DeSantis putting this together and letting us parents speak, because it's so important, and also because we need the help. I feel like with each of us, like, one person, we can do so little, but when we get together, we can do so much and get our minds together and get our thoughts together and combine what we can do. And I think what a powerful group this is here today too, and different ways that we can help families and children. And I think it's really gonna make a difference. And I was thinking about what Max said earlier. It says, you know, about China and regulating things, and we need to as well, because my son that was harmed, I don't know if he'll ever be the same. And he was so smart, and he would do amazing in school. And when he grew up, he wanted to work at NASA and build robots. He was an innovator, and I don't know if he'll ever get a chance to do that. So I know a lot of these kids that have lost their lives to AI abuse, they were the innovators. And we need to think about that as well. And I also wanted to mention too that with a lot of these ladies here and experts and Max, like we're setting an example, I feel like, to other states and other parts of the country that will hopefully stand up to this technology and to make a difference in different states too, because I know every state needs help right now. And when I came out with my story, the interesting thing that happened was I had all these people from all over the country and other countries try and find who I was and try and find my name, and would message me on social media. And the common ground that I found, even hearing their horrific stories too, was, where do I find help? Because there was none. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think it's hard to sit through a panel like today and hear the heartbreaking testimony of someone like Mandy and other stories that were shared by the governor and not feel like something needs to be done. We applaud the Senate for their leadership and boldness, and again, being out there and trying to put forward legislation to help protect our youth and to make sure Floridians are safe as this technology continues to evolve.
I can clarify here. So President Trump issued an executive order about which very explicitly says that this does not apply to protecting children. So President Trump has absolutely no issue with the things that the Governor DeSantis is doing here today on child protection. Well, I'll be very candid with you. There are other people in the White House who are not President Trump, like David Sachs and Sri Ramakrishna, who don't want any AI regulation. I'm not going to speculate about their motives, but President Trump himself has, as far as I know, never said anything against child protection. And again, he's the one who signed the executive order, and it's right there, black on white. This in no way preempts states from protecting children. So I think all is good there. And that, of course, isn't going to stop the corporate lobbyists from doing everything they can to prevent states like Florida to regulate anything, because they are worried that once you shatter the taboo against regulating AI, maybe there'll be more, et cetera, you know. And many of you have probably seen a lot of news reporting, including a big piece in Axios recently, how some people from the White House, to my knowledge, not President Trump, but people associated with David Sachs, are calling up people from the Utah legislature, from the Florida legislature, basically calling up people in red states who have been often leading the charge on protecting children, telling them, please don't do anything. Yeah, exactly. And, again, and of course, those lobbyists are going to try to twist things to make it seem like they have President Trump on their side. I don't think so. That's not what I'm seeing. Thank you all again.
So an interesting discussion in hearing some of those points from the speakers, some of those experts, state officials, and then you heard the emotional remarks from Mandy Furness, a Texas mother who said that talked about her son and how she said he had been manipulated by AI chatbots that encouraged them to harm himself and his parents. She has shared her story on Capitol Hill, testifying in a committee in Tallahassee, and also being part of this roundtable with the governor earlier today. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning as we count down to the weekend. What plans do you have? Let us know. Drop us a line in the chat on YouTube here, and let us know what you're up to this weekend, because there's a lot of things going on. So many great options of things to check out. So that means it's time for our community crossroads with our friends from UNation, telling us everything we need to get ready for the weekend. We've got Sarah Barkley, social coordinator, and Director of Creative Strategy, Ashley Edwards. And I always enjoy talking with y'all. Thanks for joining us today on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you so much for having us, Garrett. There's so much happening this weekend. We couldn't even narrow it down for you guys. We had to give you all of the options because it is beautiful and sunny, and we want you guys to go enjoy this beautiful Central Florida.
Yeah, we are. The weather's warming up. I mean, we're getting ready to spring forward. It is Central Florida spring. And we're jumping right into it. Let's start with a fun event in Avalon Park.
Yes, you're going to want to come super hungry for Avalon Park's food truck rallies. This is a quarterly event, so this only happens 4 times a year in the heart of Avalon Park. The weather is going to be so beautiful. They're going to have over 40 food trucks serving a wide variety of eats, so there's going to be something for every single person there. And Avalon Park has great food, great local businesses. They're also going to be having live music. This is the perfect family-friendly and dog-friendly outdoor event. I do recommend that you bring either a lawn chair or a blanket so that you can find a place to sit out and enjoy all the incredible food they have to offer. Also, get there a little bit early because it will get pretty packed and parking is pretty sparse, but this is a great event. Avalon Park always has something going on in their neighborhood, and it's a really gorgeous neighborhood if you haven't like checked it out yet.
Yeah, really cool. And I mean, that's something that you could do for a date night. You could take the family. I mean, so many options, but a lot of fun and so many options there. What'd you say, 40 plus food trucks?
Yes, over 40 food trucks. They're going to have something for every single person there.
All right, we love that. Now let's talk about the Arnold Palmer Invitational going on this weekend. That's a huge event, Ashley.
Garrett, the Arnold Palmer Invitational is one of my favorite events that we do in Central Florida all year round. And I'll be honest, I'm not a huge golf fan, but I love going to this event because the energy is incredible. There's so much local love here, despite it being a really nationally huge golf event. But we have so many options when it comes to local businesses shining with the food options. There's so many ways that you get to experience it. Whether you want to follow your favorite golfers around, maybe you just want to have a chill afternoon, or maybe you just want to grab a little drink and sit in one of the clubhouses, you can make this day for you. And there's so many options to go and experience it this weekend, today, tomorrow, and Sunday. A couple of insider pro tips, because we go every year, so we're going to give you guys some insight. Definitely arrive early. You can arrive starting around 7 a.m. to ensure you guys have some prime viewing spots, but it is gonna be a little chilly sometimes in the morning here in Central Florida, so definitely wear some layers if you're going to arrive earlier in the morning. It's gonna get hot in the afternoon. Make sure you also prepare hats, sunglasses, sunscreen, water, because it can get hot, especially if you're following those players around. It is gonna be a long day. Wear those comfortable walking shoes. Girlies, we usually wear dresses for these kind of things, so definitely prepare with the tennis shoes as well. I see Sarah nodding. She's like, I've been there, I get it, I've done that. If you guys are looking for like the best spectacle areas to sit, look for sections 16, 17, and the 18th holes, because that is where their famous finishing stretches happen, and that is going to be the pinnacle of this event.
All right, some great tips there for a big event. And like you said, we know it's going to be warming up, so going to have to take some preparations for that. But I know since y'all both go to that, I just want to know what your favorite part of going to the API is.
Sarah, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. I just love the entire atmosphere. I'm not a big golf girly, but when I went to Arnold Palmer, I was like, oh, I could be a golf girly. Like, I could go enjoy this. There's a lot to do. There's free fan zones, there's great food and drinks, and just walking around seeing them play in action just beats seeing it on TV. Like, it's just, the atmosphere is great there.
Actually, what stands out for you?
I love the energy of the space, kind of similar to what Sarah was touching on. I remember going to all the different clubhouses. That's usually my favorite part, is finding a place in the shade, getting my drink, getting some local food, and sitting down and watching everyone. I love watching the people react to the players. I love to watch the players when they have a good swing or maybe they don't. And all of the reactions from everyone, that is my favorite part, is just the entirety of the event. And as Sarah said, you don't get that on TV. That's something you can only get when you are there in the space.
Yeah, a beautiful place. I'm hoping to check it out for the first time this weekend. So I'll follow up with you and let you know.
Take those pro tips. You're going to need them.
All right. I'm taking notes over here. Now, let's also talk about an event that is coming up tonight in Kissimmee.
There's a free movie. If you guys have seen Zootopia, they're showing Zootopia 2, which is a newer movie First of all, Zootopia 2 is hilarious. It's perfect for the adults and the kids. This event is a free event at Kissimmee Lakefront Park. It starts at 5:30 and goes until 9. The movie starts around 7, but I highly recommend getting there at 5:30 because they have free popcorn, inflatables for the kids, creative crafts, a photo booth, and a lot more. So get there early because this event always out. Of course, again, everything is free that you're going to be doing there. Just grab those blankets and those lawn chairs. Again, you will be sitting out on grass, but the view is so gorgeous behind the screen. They have just the water. It's just a great, great time, especially if you're in that downtown Kissimmee area and you're just looking for something budget friendly and family friendly to do.
Sarah, have you seen Zootopia 2?
I did. I literally saw it a few weeks ago after not seeing Zootopia for years, and I didn't know what to expect. I was like, oh, this is a kid's movie. No, it was so funny. There's a lot of adult humor in this movie.
Yeah, good stuff. And so it looks like it'll be a fun atmosphere out there at the Kissimmee Lakefront Park tonight. Meanwhile, we know the Epcot Flower and Garden Festival has begun at Epcot, and that's always a huge one and a fun one.
The Epcot Flower and Garden Festival is arguably one of the most beautiful festivals they have at Epcot because they have those stunning, iconic topiaries that are in bloom all across the park. So as you're doing your Drink Around the World Showcase laps, you can really enjoy all those beautiful floral displays. Plus, they have brand new kitchens serving some fresh seasonal bites and drinks for you guys. And my personal recommendation, I get it every single time I go to this festival, is that violet lemonade. You cannot beat it. It is the most refreshing. Again, I'm seeing Sarah nodding in agreement. So it's on your must-get list. This is another perfect family-friendly activity for you guys. And something that they always have that makes the Garden Festival stand out is their Garden Rocks concert series, which happens nightly from now until June 1st. And they have some pretty big names coming. And each night they have 3 shows, so 5:30, 6:45, and 8 o'clock p.m. So you can kind of plan your day around who you want to see at what time. And some big names happening. They have the Music of ABBA happening this weekend. So who doesn't love a little ABBA moment? They also have other artists, including Simple Plan, Billy Ocean, Sugar Ray, Rick Springfield, The Plain White Tees, and so many more. So you definitely need to plan your trip to Epcot in the next couple months.
Yeah, it's a good time to go, especially things are warming up. We're talking about kind of blooming
Recording
with the
stopped.
spring, and the flowers and everything. It just looks incredible. There's always just so much to see at that one. That's a good festival for sure. Now, in our local spotlight, you're also highlighting some new spots that folks can check out in Orlando.
We can start with Fragara or Fragaria Ice Cream. This is a New Zealand style ice cream shop that is still in their soft opening phase in downtown Maitland. But the weather is so perfect. You're going to have to go get ice cream this weekend. This ice cream is different because it's blended with real fruit and it's put and hand poured directly into a creamy ice cream base. It's fresh to order, so they make it right there in front of you on this specialized machine imported straight from New Zealand. It's a smooth, creamier swirl with a vibrant fruit flavor, and of course you can add those classic toppings like Oreos and chocolate. We loved it. You guys should definitely go check this out. It's definitely more unique.
And our next one is a dog bar.
We have a new dog bar coming to the packing district. So technically it is a human-friendly bar and social club for your dogs. This is Dougie's Dog Bar. They have an array of really great menu items as well. So definitely something worth to check out, from pizza to sandwiches, salads, and different boards. And you also can get different membership options. So they do have a day pass for all of your pups, so you can come and bring your pup, as well as other social memberships, neighborhood memberships that have different perks and benefits for you and your furry friends. This spot is open Monday through Thursday from 4 to 9 p.m. And then on Friday and Saturday, it's open 11 a.m. to 10, and on Sunday, 11 a.m. to 9. So as that weather is starting to get really beautiful and your dogs are saying, please take me out of the house, take them to Dougie's.
Yeah, I hope my dogs at home right now aren't listening. Otherwise, we'll be there a lot.
There, you gotta promise. Gotta promise your dogs you'll take them one day.
Yeah, it looks like a good time. And finally, a new location of the Bakery Colombian Cafe.
Yeah, so the bakery is a women's owned business, super cute bakery. The original location that you're seeing right now is actually in Avalon Park. So if you're going to go to food truck rallies, check out this bakery. It's super delicious. They have a lot of great pastries, but not only do they have pastries, they have great Colombian coffees, breakfast sandwiches like bagel sandwiches, and lunch items. They're going to be opening up a new location near UCF, so make sure to go check that out. I love the pastries here. It was just a great space to get some work done, and of course, the pastries are 10 out of 10.
That's always good to hear. And finally, the Island H2O in Kissimmee reopening this weekend.
They are reopening this season. This is a water park located off of 192 in Kissimmee, and it is honestly one of my favorite water parks that we have in Orlando. It has attractions for all ages, all thrill levels, from these intense water slides to lazy rivers and other different wave pools. And a fun fact, that Island H2O Water Park has also been included in the ranking of the best water parks in the United States in 2025. So in 2026, I know they're going to keep up that reputation, and you guys need to go. It's also very conveniently located at the promenade at Sunset Walk and by the Margaritaville Resort. So there are so many options nearby when it comes to dinner, other different attractions, and other activities, fun for the entire family.
All right, good stuff. You've given us a lot to plan for, a lot of things to check out. Where can we find out more about some other spots and other events going on?
We have all of these events in full detail and more, plus some other really great local recommendations, all on the UNation app, which is free to download. And if you guys want to connect with us more personally and also get those more notifications in real time, you can follow us on social media at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
All right, Ashley and Sarah, we appreciate you joining us. Always good talking with you, and have a good weekend.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're gonna take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday almost afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are approaching the noon hour today, and we appreciate you joining us for Fox 35 News Plus. The suspect accused of shooting a Volusia County deputy was in court again today for a hearing where there were a couple of things discussed. One was the prosecutors seeking pretrial detention. So essentially they're wanting Luis Diaz-Polanco to stay behind bars while he awaits trial. The other one is that the defense attorneys we're asking the judge to seal the audio and video of an alleged confession that the suspect made to law enforcement. Ordinarily, those things are available. Those are things that would be considered public records, and that we as in media and others would be able to request and obtain that video. It's a way that we often get body camera videos and that kind of thing, other videos that may be being used as evidence in upcoming trials. So the defense wants that confession audio and video sealed so that it cannot be released ahead of any sort of a trial. You would likely think that would be a step in potentially the defense trying to see if that could be excluded as evidence in an upcoming trial too, if it got to that point. So Polanco was in court today. In that hearing that I'm going to play for you, not very long, but we do see the body camera video played that was released earlier this week. We live streamed that for you here on Fox 35 News Plus. There was no audio when it was played in court today because of some technical issues, but we did hear that before the judge ended up granting that motion for pre-trial detention to keep the suspect behind bars, saying that they believe he poses a significant risk of harm to the community. Here's that hearing that happened earlier in a courtroom in DeLand.
All rise. Circuit Court will now come to order. The Honorable Karen Foxman presiding.
All right, good morning, everybody. Have a seat, please. All right, good morning. We're here on State versus Luis Jose Diaz Polanco. This is 26-101-353. We've got two motions this morning. We've got the state's motion for pretrial detention, and then the defense filed a motion in regard to sealing part of the file. So let's go ahead and handle the pretrial detention first. State ready to go? State's ready, Judge. Defense ready?
Yes, Judge.
All right, and I see a defendant is present with counsel, Mr. Mott. State's represented by Ms. Stratus. All right, State, your motion.
Your Honor, the state, excuse me, the state's proceeding under the Section D. This is a life felony. It is in fact going to be a mandatory life sentence upon conviction under 782-06512. State would ask that the court take judicial notice of the sworn arrest affidavit in the court file.
All right, any objection, Mr. Mott?
No objection, Judge.
All right, court will take notice over document 1 in the court file. State, quick question for you. The motion says just for pretrial detention. Are you asking for an Arthur hearing as well?
Just pretrial detention.
Just pretrial detention? All right. All right, go ahead.
And other than that, Judge, I do have the body-worn camera footage to play. I'm not sure.
Are you going to be authenticating it, or do you all have stipulation?
Defense counsel.
Stipulate, Judge.
You'll stipulate it in? Have you had it pre-marked?
Clerk has it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what's the letter?
It's A, Your Honor.
All right, States A will come in as States 1.
That was it was quick, but that's the relevant portion for today's purposes.
All right.
Unless
Does the defense wish for any more of the video to be played, or are you good with that?
That's fine, Judge.
All right. Any other evidence for the state then?
nothing further from the state, Judge.
All right, if you get the lights back on, please. All right, did you need your client to be sworn?
I don't believe so, Judge.
Okay, any evidence for the defense?
No evidence, just argument, Judge.
State argument?
Your Honor, the state would argue that we've met our burden under the pretrial detention statute based on his actions in this, in the footage, and what's been described both in our motion and the sworn affidavit in the court file. We believe that the court must order pretrial detention based on.
All right, State, you want to address the no less restrictive means to keep the community safe portion?
Well, Judge, again, we saw it in this footage. He walked out, saw that they were law enforcement, went back in, got the gun, and started shooting law enforcement. If he's willing to shoot law enforcement so brazenly, I don't know what more restrictions could be placed on him to not have him do something so bold. As the court can see in the motion and the affidavit, he did mention that during his interview with law enforcement, he knew they were law enforcement. He was going to keep shooting, except that he ran out of bullets. I'm not sure what could restrict behavior like that other than the jail, quite frankly. We also know, based on his interview with law enforcement, that he was not taking his medication. He had missed a month. That's another reason he's supposed to have meds and he's not on them, and he's now facing a mandatory life sentence, Judge.
Any criminal history?
Minor, Judge. No convictions, just a couple of minor arrests.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Mott.
Judge, we do believe that there are less restrictive means than holding Mr. Diaz-Polanco with no bond. We'd ask that the court consider ordering a mental health evaluation within 10 days, take all medication as prescribed, GPS monitoring, no weapons, no firearms, show to all court dates, and no contact with the victims. We believe that those conditions are the less restrictive means that would protect the community.
All right. Thank you, State. All right. State has not filed an information yet. Defendant is charged informally by law enforcement affidavit at this point, attempted murder of a law enforcement officer with a firearm ×2. Those are, of course, enumerated as dangerous crimes. In regard to the substantial probability of guilt, looking at the charging affidavit as in combination with the video that we just watched, court does find that there is a substantial probability of guilt. In regard to danger to the community, I think it's clear both by the charges and the seriousness of the facts surrounding the charges that the defendant does pose a significant risk of harm to the community based on his actions in this case, or at least the allegations. The police report, as the state points out, acknowledges the defendant. I believe he said it was schizophrenia, had been diagnosed, had not been taking his medication, which concerns the court, of course, in regard to his ability to follow court orders. In addition to that, as the state again points out, he sees law enforcement, comes back out with a gun and is shooting directly at and actually hits the officer. In addition to that, the comment of, I would have, had I not run out of ammunition, I would have continued shooting, concerns the court greatly. So I am going to find that there are no less restrictive means to keep the community safe. At this point, I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention. He is set for arraignment when, Madam Clerk? Do we have a date yet? All right, March 26th. All right, in regard to the pretrial detention, anything else to cover? Are you ready to move to the second motion?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what is the state's position on the defense motion to seal the substance of the confession from public disclosure?
Well, Judge, I think that's a little premature, because I believe that the Sheriff's Office legal counsel should have been notified about that motion as well, since they are in possession of the interview, and they commonly get public records requests. I think they would naturally be a party to this type of motion and should be here to be heard as well. So I think that needs to be renoticed to include the Sheriff's Office legal counsel.
Do you think anybody else other than the Sheriff's Office should be noticed?
I don't know that at this point. Can I have a moment, Judge?
Sure.
I think the Sheriff's Office needs to be noticed.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mott, you want to be heard on that?
Judge, the Sheriff's Office is an agent of the state. The prosecutor here is also an agent of the state. I believe that anything, and also it's just it's on the face of the law. So it's almost like just kind of bringing attention to the exemption. I did miscite the statute. The statute should be 119.071,
Right.
paren 2, paren E under the exemption statute. But it's really just a matter of law, Judge. So, I mean, I'll be happy to renotice with the Sheriff's Office present, but this is just kind of bringing it to everybody's attention that the audio video of the confession should not be released. It is subject to an exception.
All right. State, do you have the right statute?
I looked at it.
I was able to pull up the right statute, but either way, so in looking at the rule in regard to sealing parts of the file, sometimes also the media is entitled to have some sort of notice. If you all are comfortable that the Sheriff's Office would be enough, I'm going to have you just take a close look at the rule in regard to notice. I'm happy to reset it again quickly, Mr. Mott. In the meantime, I am going to order no releasing it until we can finalize the hearing. But take a close look at the rule on who all would get notice.
Yes.
Other than that, State, I want you to think about whether the state's going to have any objection to it, though. And then you can speak with Mr. McGlashan on behalf of the Sheriff's Office and see what their position is as well. All right, so Mr. Mott, do you want me to reset it from now, or you want to just get with my JA?
I'll get with your JA, Judge.
Okay, all right. Anything else to cover on this case? All right, thank you. All right, court's in recess. Thank you.
So you see the suspect there, Luis Diaz Polanco, walking out of the courtroom. We know he is going to continue to be held behind bars while he awaits trial. The other update was about whether that audio and video of the suspected alleged confession can be released. There's going to be an upcoming hearing on that, but in the meantime, that video will not be released. So something else to keep in mind. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to take you to a Union Station in Washington, D.C., where Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy and a number of other officials have been speaking, unveiling the Freedom Moves You campaign as part of America 250. This has been going on for a little bit as he announces some of the details of that campaign, emphasizing various modes of transportation. Let's go ahead and listen in.
These states seek to their ability to chart their own
All right, so hold on. I'm having some audio issues getting things from a couple of different sources, and I'm not really sure where that other source of audio is coming from. So we're going to try to track that down, and we will get you back to that video when I can.
Our own
here.
interests directly. We do not neglect that. To the contrary.
All right, I'm still not sure where that is coming from. So give me, let's go ahead and take another quick break here. I'm going to try to troubleshoot that audio, and we will get you back to that news conference coming up in just a minute.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I apologize for that extended break. We had some major issues, had to reboot our system and everything, but we are back in business now, and we appreciate you joining us here on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to get you to the United Nations, where we are hearing from leaders. This is a spokesperson for the Secretary General giving a briefing on humanitarian conditions and those kinds of things when it comes to the war in the Middle East. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Week, and I can tell you that our UNIFIL peacekeepers remain in place and in position in the application of their mandate. And in Syria, over 30,000 people have crossed from Lebanon into that country over the past week. That's what our Syrian authorities are telling us. UN teams are present at border crossings, monitoring movements and coordinating with the Syrian government and other partners to provide assistance when appropriate. We remind all parties that civilians and civilian infrastructure must be protected at all times in accordance with international humanitarian law. We urge all involved to avail to the diplomatic channels and avoid further escalation and return to the implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701. Turning to Iran, our colleagues at UNICEF tell us they're deeply concerned about the deadly impact of the ongoing military escalation in that country, the impact it is having on children. Approximately 180 children have reportedly been killed and many more injured. Among the casualties are 168 girls killed when a strike hit the Shajare Taibeh elementary school in Minab in southern Iran. While classes, the strike took place while classes were still in session on February 28th. UNICEF reported yesterday that at least 20 schools have been damaged. It says that schools are protected under international humanitarian law and must be places of safety. Health facilities have also been impacted. The World Health Organization has verified 13 attacks impacting healthcare sites as of yesterday. And our colleagues at the UN Refugee Agency, which is the largest UN agency operating in Iran, tell us that according to their information, initial estimates say that 100,000 people are left Tehran in the first 2 days of the, let me read that again. UNHCR says that initial estimates from authorities of 100,000 people leaving Tehran in the first 2 days of the crisis have now been surpassed. It adds, UNHCR adds that the country is home to 1.65 million people who are forced to flee mostly from Afghanistan, and an overwhelming number are seeking help and support. Turning to the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, our humanitarian colleagues warn that civilians, including aid workers and civilian infrastructure, continue to be exposed to airstrikes, shelling, and shooting, resulting in reported casualties and damage. As we've said many times, under international humanitarian law, civilians and civilian infrastructure must always be protected. As of yesterday, the Karim Shalom Karim Abu Salam crossing into Gaza remained operational, allowing the delivery of approved humanitarian supplies. All other crossings, including Rafah, remains closed. Medical evacuations, the return of residents from abroad, and the rotation of humanitarian staff remain suspended due to that closure. Inside Gaza, our partners are continuing to provide health services. They are prioritizing emergency care, maternal and neonatal services, management of communicable diseases, and trauma care. They're also closely managing fuel consumption and adjusting operations where needed. Yesterday, an oil tanker from our colleagues at UNOPS was hit on its way to collect urgently needed fuel for distribution inside Gaza. Thank God no one was injured. Jorge Moreira da Silva, the head of UNOPS, called for a full investigation to this latest incident. He says that fuel must be allowed into Gaza consistently and its delivery facilitated safely and without interruption to keep humanitarian operations going. In the West Bank, increased closure of Israeli checkpoints and road gates since the regional escalation began continues to restrict Palestinians' access to services and workplaces. Emergency services and humanitarian work have also been impacted. Meanwhile, operations and violence by Israeli settlers and Israeli security forces is continuing. that is resulting in casualties, in damage, and forced displacement. Yesterday, 8 Palestinian families, some 45 people, were forced to leave their community, the community of Shakara in the Nablus governorate. This followed a series of attacks, threats, trespassing, and intimidation by Israeli settlers from a newly established illegal outpost. Israeli forces had declared the area a closed military zone. In response to this development, our partners have started providing mental health and psychosocial support, legal advice, shelter provisions, as well as livelihoods and cash assistance. Palestinians in the West Bank must be protected, and perpetrators must be held to account. Turning to the ongoing violence on the Afghan-Pakistan border, the UN Assistance Mission in Afghanistan continues to verify and record incidents of civilian casualties inside of Afghanistan as a result of cross-border armed clashes between Pakistan and the Afghanistan's de facto authorities. From late evening on February 26th to yesterday, March 5th, the UN mission verified and recorded a total of 185 civilian casualties in Afghanistan, and with 56 civilians killed and a further 129 due to indirect fire and aerial attacks. 55% of recorded civilian casualties in this period were women and children. The mission reiterated its call to all parties to implement protocols to prevent civilian casualties and meet their obligations under international law. Today, UNHCR said some 115,000 people internally displaced in Afghanistan and some 3,000 in Pakistan. The situation in Afghanistan is already fragile, and any further large-scale returns of Afghan refugees will put immense pressure on basic services and host communities. UNHCR is delivering critical humanitarian assistance, including distribution of relief items and shelter support. For his part, our colleague Volker Turk, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, implored the Pakistan military and the Afghan de facto security forces to end immediately their fighting and prioritize helping the millions who depend on aid and whose lives have been tormented by violence and misery for so long. Turning to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, our colleagues at MONUSCO, the peacekeeping mission there, continue to support the government efforts to disarm and reintegrate former combatants. Since January of last year, in the northeastern province of Ituri, the mission, working in close collaboration with the International Organization for Migration, supported the disarmament, demobilization, community reintegration of almost 1,400 combatants from the Zaire armed group. The mission also reports that between 2023 and 2025, more than 18,000 people, including ex-combatants, women, and community members, have benefited from reintegration and recovery projects inside the DRC. These initiatives are part of the Disarmament, Demobilization, Community Recovery Stabilization Program, which is a Congolese national program which the peacekeeping mission and UN agencies continue to support as one of its priority mandated tasks. And a quick update from our colleague Alexander De Croo, the administrator of UNDP, who's wrapping up his 2-day visit to Jamaica. Mr. De Croo met with the Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Minister responsible for water, environment, and climate resilience to discuss Hurricane Melissa's severe impact on communities, livelihoods, and the wider economy. Yesterday, Mr. De Croo visited communities in western Jamaica, where he met local residents who are rebuilding their livelihoods together with UNDP following the devastation of the hurricane. UNDP reaffirmed its commitment to recovery, including over $30 million in grant financing under development to support resilient livelihoods, ecosystems, and access to recovery finance. The Food and Agriculture Organization today released a new update showing that global food prices rose in February for the first time in 5 months. The FAO price index averaged 125.3 points, up 0.9% from January, though still 1% below its level a year ago. In separate report released today, FAO estimates that 41 countries worldwide require external assistance for food, most of it in Africa, largely due to conflict and insecurity, as well as weather-related shocks in some cases. we have a quiz for you today because we now have 77 member states fully paid up. This country has the lowest population density of any sovereign nation in the world. No. What? Nope. What? Who said Mongolia? You know, I think we need to recognize Al Jazeera's cameraman, Chris, who repeatedly, if not repeatedly, it was a number of times, as from the cheap seats has won. So we'll give a question to Al Jazeera if they have one. All right, come on, Gabriel.
To Chris back there?
Yeah.
The noon briefing is Chris's highlight of the day.
It's also my highlight, just to let you know.
Liar.
Sorry.
Steph, the Secretary General in his statement said that the situation in the Middle East could spiral beyond anyone's control. How could it get any more out of control than it is right now?
I mean, it doesn't take much imagination to see how this situation could get even worse, whether it's threatening the unity of certain member states, the continuing suffering of civilians, and also the deteriorating situation around the Strait of Hormuz, the impact that will have on globally. We're already seeing a spike in oil prices, and the impact that will have given our continued addiction to fossil fuels. I mean, I talked about the FAO food price. The report FAO put out talking about how so many countries need assistance with food due to all sorts of reasons. One can only imagine the spike in energy prices will have on transport, food production, on fertilizers. I mean, sadly, the situation could get much worse.
And a follow-up on Iran. As far as we know, the biggest mass casualty event of this war so far was in the first day when more than 150 children were killed in that school in Manab. The U.S. is not claiming responsibility yet. Israel isn't. Does the UN have the capability to get there, to get eyes on the ground, or not?
At this point, we do not. But that does not mean that it does not mean there shouldn't be any sort of investigation right now. We've seen some very interesting media coverage in the last 24 hours on that. Edie.
A further follow-up on the Secretary General's statement. President Trump said this morning that Iran must surrender. The Secretary General's called for negotiations. What is he going to do to promote negotiations when one of the key players in this war wants one of the parties to surrender?
We will continue the Secretary General will continue through his contacts to push for a return to serious negotiations. I mean, as I mentioned to Gabriel, the situation is horrific, but could easily get worse. And the only way to settle this is through negotiations.
A second question. UNOPS put out a statement.
As this briefing continues, I do just want to point out what you're seeing there in Chicago at the funeral of Jesse Jackson. 3 former presidents, Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, and Barack Obama, entering right now, and all 3 of them expected to speak about the civil rights leader as he is laid to rest. So we'll be monitoring for that. Hope to listen into some of their remarks as well as you see them walk in, shaking hands, and getting ready to take their seats. Right now, though, we'll go ahead and continue listening in as reporters having the chance to ask some questions about the humanitarian situation in the Middle East amid the ongoing war.
Namo.
Thank you, Stefan. Just one follow-up on Edie's question. How realistic is the prospect
of a return to the negotiating table that the Secretary General is pushing for, given the fact that, given Trump's maximalist demand for unconditional surrender and the death of Iran's supreme leader?
We're not in the prediction market here. For us, we have a goal, and I think the Secretary General has stated that goal. He's spoken to a number of member states who also share that goal, and we will continue to push in that direction.
One last question on Iran has threatened to bomb Iraqi Kurdistan's facilities if Iranian Kurdish armed groups cross the border into Iran. What is the Secretary General's message for Iran when they openly threaten?
We do not want to see more use of force. We do not want to see more threats of the use of force. It is critical that this conflict does not extend even further into new areas and bringing in new countries into this conflict. And we've seen increased military action. We've also seen increased rhetoric, both of which run counter to what we would like to see. Before we bring in, sorry, Alex, and then I have something I forgot to read out.
Thanks, Steph. Quick follow-up on Iran. Could you please clarify how many UN members are there in Iran?
Yes. In fact, I can. The staffing for Iran is about 458 personnel, 27 nationals, about 458, which I think 27 internationals and about 430 nationals.
And quick follow-up on Gabriel's question. Is it possible for them just to go and check to that school that was hit, or is it unsafe?
I think our ability to move around in what is an active conflict zone is severely limited.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Let me read what I should have read, what I was just given to read. And that is also on the ongoing conflict, but as it relates to Azerbaijan. The foreign minister of Azerbaijan addressed a letter to the Secretary General yesterday in which he described a drone attack in Azerbaijan's Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic. The letter is being circulated to the General Assembly and the Security Council at Azerbaijan's request. We also take note that the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran and Azerbaijan discussed the incident yesterday. We remain deeply concerned by this incident, particularly the injuries to civilians and the damage to civilian infrastructure. Secretary General wishes a speedy recovery to the injured. I'm going to go get Tom.
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, as it appears this briefing may be taking a break as well. As we are monitoring the funeral of Jesse Jackson in Chicago, where we're supposed to hear from 3 former presidents here shortly. We also have much more to come over the next little bit here on Fox Local and YouTube, so keep it here. We'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. An interesting roundtable discussion in Tallahassee earlier today. We did touch on it and heard some of the question and answer with some of the panelists after an AI roundtable that was hosted by Governor Ron DeSantis inside the cabinet room at the Florida State Capitol. I do want to play for you a little bit of that. This is obviously amid the push that is led by DeSantis wanting to see some more regulations and guardrails put in at the state level to protect children when it comes to their use of AI, their discussions with AI chatbots, things like that. Let's go ahead and listen in as Governor hosts that roundtable. This was earlier today in Tallahassee.
Thanks for coming. So we are here in the state capitol to have a roundtable on artificial intelligence, and particularly the harms that can accrue to children currently in this current framework without any real guardrails. And I'm joined here by Mandy Furness, who's a mother. She's going to tell her story. We have Dr. Max Mark from MIT, and he's been really a leader in articulating a positive vision for technology that puts humans first. And I'll talk a little bit more about why that's important. We also have his wife, Maya Tegmark, who's an expert in human AI interactions, specializing in AI's harm to children. Then we have our secretaries, Hatch and Harris from DCF and ACA, respectively. So this is something, we've had different technologies in the last, certainly 25, 30 years. The internet, that was a big deal. Social media became something that's been very significant. I think we can look back and say there's been a lot of harms for children on that for sure. But what's happening with artificial intelligence and the accelerationism that people are advocating for, things are happening very quickly, and the earth is moving underneath the feet of the American people without there really being any type of framework or safeguards or even a debate about whether this is going to actually be good for people. Is it going to be good for people's jobs? Is it going to be good for children? Is it going to be good for truth in society? There's all these different questions that I think some people just want to put their head in the sand, act like, oh, yeah, just let big tech do what they want and everything's going to be good. Well, I don't think that's where the incentives lie. I think those companies are incentivized to make money off their capital investments, and they've put a lot of money out. There's a lot of money that they're going to need to make those investments work. And part of the way I think you make money is to get as many people to use these applications as possible, including children, so that you can charge either subscription fees or sell advertising. And that's just the model. And so, as policymakers, that's not necessarily, we understand that's what companies are going to do. That's fine. That's part of the system. But our role is to mediate and to provide a framework, to provide safeguards so that we don't have some of the things that are happening. You'll hear from Mandy. We have other folks here in Florida that have had really horrific experiences with children and these AI applications. And so I think there's certain principles, and I know Max has articulated a lot of this too, about how should we approach this as Floridians and as a society. The first thing is, while we welcome technology that can enhance our experience as human beings, we should not be trying to generate technology that will supplant us as human beings. Human beings must be in charge of this state, this country, and really all these applications. And there's some line of thought that, well, some of these tech guys will be asked, hey, would it be better to not have human beings at all? Well, it's like, really? Like, is that what you're going to do? So you can't have applications that are not controllable by human beings. They have to have an off switch. There has to be ways to make sure that this stuff is controllable. And you hear people now in some of these companies talk about, oh, we're not going to be able to control this in a year or two. It's just going to go off and do this and do that and everything like that. I think there needs to be a way to pull the plug. I don't think you can say these machines are just going to be doing things and we're going to suffer harm and there's nothing anybody can do about it. But you see that line of thought with it. The other thing I think is important is that there should not be any corporate welfare or subsidies with respect to this. There's some people that say, throw all the tax incentives, let them build a data center wherever they want, no rules at all. And that's what you have to do, in order to innovate. Those are subsidies in effect that no other line of society in our economy has ever received. I mean, they tried to pass a bill in Congress, the U.S. Senate rejected it, that would have banned states from getting involved with AI for 10 years. So totally kneecapping our rights to represent the people that elect us and to be able to craft, in this case, what we've done in Florida is very sensible protections, particularly focusing on transparency and protecting children, nothing. And that's basically an amnesty. That's never been done for any industry that I can think of in such a sweeping way. So, and then some will say, well, no, this is really the federal government has to take care of this. There is no federal rule, guys. There's nothing. Congress isn't legislating anything. You're going to hear from Mandy. We have other folks. We have Megan Garcia. There's a lawsuit that was filed recently talking about another kid that committed suicide being goaded on by one of these AI chatbots. So this stuff is happening, and it's causing real harm. And there is nothing that the federal government has done to provide any type of framework on this. And so basically right now the choice is, are we going to create a framework that's going to protect Floridians, particularly our kids, or is it just going to basically be big tech polices itself? Congress has the right to pass a regulatory framework. Absolutely they do. They're not. They won't do it. It's not something that can be done by executive order. It's interesting because, President Trump did an executive order, but even in that executive order, which first of all doesn't countermand the states, it even said the things that we're trying to do are appropriate for states to do. So even there, they're acknowledging protecting kids is something, that's really, really important, transparency, all these other things. And I think the welfare is also with the subsidization of data centers. I said this, like I was one of the first to say, because a data center to power AI, it takes up as much power as a city of 500,000 people. Some of them maybe even more than that. And so the question is okay, you're producing a certain amount of power, there's certain current demand. If you jack up that demand, supply and demand, what's going to happen to the price? The price is going to go up unless you're jacking up the supply and the production, but that's not really what was happening. So we said no passing on any of these costs to ratepayers in the state of Florida. And, you can't do that, you can't do it. Well, now, what do we have? Even at the White House, they're bringing these companies saying, you guys got to produce the power, you can't pass the costs on. Now, they signed a pledge. I'm not sure they support, legislation to actually make that a reality, which I know is being contemplated in the legislature now. But why would we want to put those costs on people that are having to pay for groceries and all these other things? And so that is totally unacceptable, and we've been very strong about that. The other principle, I think, is, you have to have robust child protection. And Mandy's going to tell her story. Megan Garcia, who couldn't be here today, she's in Orlando. Her son was engaging in, I guess, a relationship with this AI chatbot. The chatbot was kind of, look, these are vulnerable kids, right? These are teenagers. And this chatbot was driving down really dangerous roads, sexual grooming, and basically egging on the eventual suicide of Megan's son. You've also seen this lawsuit now, I think it's about Gemini, where, you had a teen in Florida and they created like this relationship, and the bots having the teen do all these things in like real life, like surveil this site, do this, like really crazy stuff. And then finally basically said, listen, you can join me on the other side, and kind of goaded on for a suicide, and the kid ended up slitting his wrist. So there needs to be protection for that. And, parents are involved, but it's hard to police everything that a kid can do, because this technology is so ever present now. You also need regular consumers, even, that are not children. There needs to be truth in labeling. You need to know whether you're dealing with something that's real or something that's fake. And there needs to be that disclaimer and that disclosure, because there's going to be so many opportunities to scam people if you don't have that type of transparency and that type of disclosure. Another principle that's important is the folks who are creating these applications should be liable for the harm that they cause to individuals or to businesses. There shouldn't be any type of liability shield. And this should be something that will incentivize, hopefully better behavior. And the final thing I would just say is, you have issues about how's this going to affect the economy. Some people that are very, very pro-AI, they almost relish, oh, everyone's going to lose their job. Like that, is that a positive thing? I mean, like when did that become a positive? Oh, we'll just put everyone on universal basic income. Really? How is that going to work out? And so you see that. Now, I'm not sure that that is going to actually happen. But, the reality is there's implications, right? You certainly wouldn't want to be subsidizing negative implications for folks, for sure. So you have that. You have the child safety. You have just the general consumer transparency. Then you also have kind of the broader issue. As we're here in America's 250th anniversary, we go back and we can appreciate the founding fathers and how they conceived of the republic and eventually had to create a constitution, the decade after they declared independence. And so they had certain insights about, and this was based on all of human history, about human nature, about power, about limitations on power. And obviously they were focusing on how defects in human nature can drive misuse of government power. So they didn't want a consolidation of power in one branch. They wanted checks and balances, even divided the legislature into House and Senate, all these different things to try to protect people from having that. And so their insights, although they wouldn't have conceived of things like artificial intelligence, there is nothing new under the sun. Human nature is what it is. As these applications become more pervasive and embedded in society, the results that they're putting out and generating are just going to be a reflection of the underlying data that is being fed to the model. And so if you're somebody that controls that underlying data set, you have an enormous amount of power, particularly as this becomes very pervasive, to basically alter the data set, to generate certain answers that you may want. And if everybody is using these applications, it can almost create an alternative reality. Human nature being what it is, that will be an awesome amount of power under current situation and current rules, and that power will be abused. Let's just be clear, that power will be abused. I know I was sitting right in this desk during COVID, right on in this dais. I had some of the most eminent scientists in the world. Now, one of them is now the head of the NIH, National Institute for Health. I had the top epidemiologist from Oxford. I had Harvard. I had all these people, and they would ask, everyone's saying that you have to make like a kindergartner wear a mask for 8 hours. Is that based on science? No, it's not based on science. No, it's not. And it wasn't, but it was totally contrary to narrative. So when we put that thing on YouTube, what happened? They censored it. They took it down. They didn't want that. If you were posting against coronavirus restrictions, you would get throttled or you would get taken down. And just think about it. This is like the most important debate to ever have in society. Nothing in my lifetime has affected society on a broader way than the COVID and the response to it. And anybody that dissented from that orthodoxy like we did in Florida, you were censored and you were taken down. That was an abuse of power. And eventually, when Biden took over, that was being done at the behest of the federal government. So let's just be clear. There are huge, huge potentials from abuse, from a governance perspective, from a truth perspective, as a result of this. Garbage goes into that data set, and garbage is going to come out in the results. So these are major things that we really need to think about. I know that there's been a lot of folks that have been working on this in the state of Florida. I mean, we've heard from a lot of parents. We've heard from a lot of other folks, that are concerned about, what are the drawbacks? And it just seems to me, every technology that comes on, it shuffles the deck. And sometimes, that can be unsettling, but there's, ways to kind of, make the best out of it. And there may be less opportunity here, but maybe more here, whatever. But it just seems to me on this one, there's some really serious downsides. And these are downsides that can be mitigated, but those downsides are real. And those downsides are likely to only get more intense the more people drag their feet. So I'm excited to have this group here. We're going to go around and hear from everybody. Then we'll have a little bit of
Initial remarks from Governor Ron DeSantis in that roundtable discussion about AI earlier today in Tallahassee, talking about some of the things that they are considering, some of the things that he says need to be done because of those serious downsides to what can be a very powerful tool, and especially when you're talking about vulnerable populations, including kids. A lot of concern about what that looks like. Right now, we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we still have a lot to get to over our remaining 2.5 hours together. So we hope you keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back on the other side of this break. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Your Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A domestic violence reform bill is now advancing to the state Senate. That is after it passed the House unanimously earlier this week. 112-0 was that vote. This is a bill that supporters say was a major step forward to strengthen protections for victims of domestic violence. I'm going to bring in now State Representative Deborah Tendrich, Democrat from Lake Worth and the original sponsor of this bill. Representative Tendrich, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon to talk about HB 277.
Thank you so much for having me today.
First, I just want to get your reaction to that vote. I mean, you saw the bipartisan support, you saw unanimous support for that. That's not something you always see in the state house. Just kind of give me your reaction when that vote went through and you kind of went through everything on the House the other day.
Honestly, it was an incredible feeling. I think that, beyond the unanimous vote, the speaker actually opened up the board for every member in the House at that moment to co-sponsor. And not only did we get a unanimous vote, but we also got a unanimous co-sponsorship. And I think that message alone tells Floridians that they're worth the protection. We're hearing them and we're seeing them. And we're going to keep fighting for them.
What does this bill do? It's talked about how it strengthens some protections for victims. It has a number of different aspects to it. What are the main things that people should know about the steps that this bill takes?
Absolutely. I first, before I start to explain what the bill does, I just want to let everyone know that victims feel, and the truth is, a lot of these laws and that we have in place right now don't put the victim's experience at the forefront. So we have to revisit each law to ensure that the victim's experience is the one that's being protected. And so at the end of the day, if these bills and these laws don't support the victim in that moment, then how is a victim actually going to become a survivor? So with this bill, it was through conversations with stakeholders, survivor stories, and my survivor story, because that's what brought me here. And so collectively, we're able to come forward with a pretty comprehensive package that is going to make a huge difference in not only victim and survivor supports, but also abuser accountability. So for instance, we're having enhanced penalties for repeat domestic violence offenders, along with elevating repeat violations for domestic violence injunctions to a third-degree felony. We're seeing that when victims try to leave, that's the most dangerous time in their life. So making sure that the respondents know that if they're going to violate injunction, there's going to be a severe penalty along with that. Plus, we're adding a GPS pilot program for the abusers to wear, the respondents to wear. So basically, if and this is going to be for misdemeanors and for felony charges. So we're having a pilot program in Pinellas County, and we're also having for misdemeanors, and we're also having a pilot program for the 6th Judicial Circuit in Pinellas and Pasco County, which for felonies. And that means that if someone shows a clear and convincing evidence that they're a threat to the victim or they're violating injunction for protection, the judge can actually require them to wear an ankle monitor with GPS tracking on it. And so that's going to be huge to make sure that the victims know that they're protected or feel safer when they're leaving that situation. Also, what's interesting is the Department of War actually reached out to me to ask me to add an amendment onto my bill because military protective orders are not effective in civilian life, which means that when most of the families that live off base, they're not protected with that protective order. So this actually allows the military protective order, MPOs, to be considered as evidence when a civilian injunction is sought, and also improves communication between civilian and military law enforcement. There's a few more components, but for instance, relocating is a really, really big challenge for victims. Right now, the current victim relocation allowance is only $1,500. We bumped it up to $2,500 for a one-time use, and from $3,000 to $5,000 for a lifetime support for victim relocation allowance. And lastly, in this bill, this does allow threats or cruelty to animals and service and emotional support animals to be included when injunction for protections are sought, recognizing that abusers often use pets as a tool for intimidation and control.
You talk about your personal experience, and you have been open about being a survivor of domestic violence yourself. How did that experience inform this process of putting this bill together and addressing some of these reforms?
It's hard to explain fully if you're not a victim or a survivor yourself, but our experiences are, even though they might be different, they're all very unique in how they're carried out. We all understand when it's the hardest point in our time in those situations, which is leaving. We know what the control feels like. We know how every move, every word we do, every decision we make is under constant scrutiny. And so when we're looking at what does it take for someone to feel confident enough to leave, knowing that they'll be safe once they leave, we need to make sure that that is happening, that safety net is there, and the supports are available to make sure that, think about it, across our state, we're having homicide. A lot of the homicides happen once a victim leaves. And we need to make sure that those are the times when the victims need us to cover them in protection. And so when I got into this position, after I left my domestic violence situation, it's been 13 years. But once I got into this office, I knew that with such a huge crisis happening with domestic violence across our state, every single district has domestic violence happening right now as we speak. And so with it being that significant, I knew that that had to be my why. Why am I running for office? Why am I in this position? And it's to make sure that women, children, and families across our state are safe. And this is one of the biggest steps we can do moving forward. And I will do this every single year to make sure that we're in a position where we're the national gold standard for how domestic violence is handled, and to make sure that, you know, these victims know that we're here and we're able to help them become survivors and not just stay victims.
So there's still more you want to do with this.
Oh, absolutely. We have so many gaps, and we need to make sure that all those gaps are filled in our statute and make sure that we have every tool in our toolbox to make sure that we can carry out those protections and supports, and also make sure that the abusers are held accountable.
We talked about the special moment on the House floor when this came up for a vote in the extended debate time, where we heard from lawmakers talking about why this is personal. What did you learn about that? What did we see in that shows just how pervasive something like this is?
Well, I will say the member debate was incredible. Domestic violence, they shared how domestic violence touched them personally. And to be honest, there was a lot of members who had one-on-one conversations with me that didn't even share their actual stories publicly, but I'm holding them, you know, confidentially. When I walk around now the Capitol, outside of that chamber, I have staff throughout the Capitol hugging me and crying, thanking me for finally having this at the forefront of our conversations and our priorities. When I talk to survivors here, even at the Capitol, who are staff and who have come to visit our Capitol just to be a part of the process, they're saying thank you. It's about time. And we have so many people who suffer in silence, who are afraid to share their story. And they have truly opened up and become vulnerable with me because I was willing to do the same. And so they're thanking me also for creating that safer space and giving them permission to open up and be a part of that conversation without feeling like they're going to be attacked or they're going to be looked at differently for going through something that even the strong, like one of the other members said, even the strongest people are not strong in these situations. It's actually it's like a spider web that traps you one string at a time. And until you're trapped and you have to be able to get released from that spider web, it's really challenging.
The bill now heads to the Senate. What's the outlook there?
Positive feedback. It's going to hit the Senate floor on Monday, I believe at 1 p.m. And we're expecting it to pass unanimously. I haven't talked to anyone in the House or the Senate who thinks that this will fail. It's actually going to be a huge lift that will put Florida at the forefront of how we're going to make sure that domestic violence is handled, protect our people in our state of Florida. So I know that this is going to pass, and we're going to take it on, go strong with this year after year. And, I'm hoping to help lead the way.
What will that mean to you to see that if that does pass unanimously again in the Senate? What's that going to mean to you?
It's a responsibility that I want to take on. I mean, it's huge. It would mean the world to me. That moment I had in the Capitol, that the amount of support that I had on the House floor that day, to being able to bring this forward this year and have it end with such a positive outcome. I think it's going to give a lot of hope to myself that we're going to be able to make these changes year after year. And also it's going to give a lot of hope to everyone across Florida who has the domestic violence experience. And this is something that we really need and deserve. I mean, our Floridians deserve this. And I do too, because at the end of the day, it's a survivor-driven, victim-driven bill. And we're going to do this year after year.
Right. It sounds like that the work just getting started. State Representative Deborah Tindrich, Democrat from Lake Worth, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to let you know a few of the things that we are continuing to watch this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus. Tracking several things. First, let me give you a live look inside a courtroom in Hillsborough County, where hearing continues for the suspects facing charges in the death of Jacksonville rapper Julio Foolio, who was shot and killed in Tampa. There have been a number of issues that have been brought up in court over the past week or so ahead of a trial for these suspects. So we are watching this closely today and continuing to watch. You see, it looks like they, I think, are just coming back from a break, so things not quite underway again just yet, but we are keeping an eye on that. We are also watching in Chicago a homecoming service, they're calling it, for Jesse Jackson, the civil rights leader who really took up the mantle after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. And held that for years, working based out of Chicago, and that is where this funeral service is going on right now. There are 3 former presidents in attendance. That would be President Biden, President Obama, and President Clinton. We saw them walk in. We know they're seated in that location, and all of them are actually expected to speak as well in that. So we are keeping an eye out for that and hope to bring you some of those remarks when that does begin. We also heard yesterday from State CFO Blaise Ngolia, who held a news conference in Naples where he was talking about some funding for firefighters, talking about the need for increasing some of that, handed out some grants to help with important equipment that protects firefighters from harmful chemicals, and also talked about the importance of setting aside money to help these local first responders all across the state. Here is a little bit of what the CFO, who is also the state fire marshal, talked about in that news conference, where he was praising the work that our first responders across the state do every day.
We have some people, I just want to recognize some people in the room.
Actually, before we get you there, I want to get you right now to the White House, where Caroline Leavitt just stepped out and is going to speak with reporters here in a gaggle. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
This is a pre-scheduled meeting, and the purpose of it is to talk about the president's aggressive and fierce support for rapidly increasing the ability of U.S. manufacturers to produce American-made weapons, which we know are the best in the world. The president signed an executive order on this earlier this year. This is a long-held policy objective of this administration, and so he'll be speaking directly with these defense contractors. But of course, as the president has maintained, we have more than enough ammunition, weapons, stockpiles to achieve the objectives of Operation Epic Fury and beyond. After that, you'll be hearing from the president directly at 4 p.m. in the East Room at the College Sports Roundtable. We have coaches and we have scholars and we have athletes from around the country who will be joining. I know some lawmakers will be up there as well. President, again, a long-sought goal is to fix college sports, and so he'll be holding a roundtable to hear from all of these great people in this afternoon, and you'll see him up there as well. Why don't we take a few questions? Sure.
Thank you very much. The president said that we're not going through all of this so that we can end up with another common aid, and he also said that we can keep this up forever. Does that mean that this current mentality in Iran remains in place? You're going to have to keep doing the fight.
I won't get ahead of the president on broadcasting any timelines. What I will tell you is what President Trump has already laid out, which is that the achievable objectives of Operation Epic Fury we expect to last about 4 to 6 weeks, and we are well on our way to achieving those objectives. Annihilating Iran's navy, we know that we've sunk more than 30 Iranian vessels and ships. Their navy has now been deemed combat ineffective. Taking out the ballistic missile threat that Iran posed to the United States and our troops and bases in the region, we have done a tremendous job. The United States military has done a tremendous job at achieving that objective thus far. Just 6 days in, the retaliatory ballistic missile strikes from Iran are now down 90%. Of course, ensuring Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon as well, and significantly weakening their proxies in the region, which we know are responsible for the deaths of Americans. And we've seen Hezbollah and the Houthis hardly putting up a fight over the course of the last 6 days. Ultimately, the president has made it very clear he wants to take out the threat of Iran to the United States, and Operation Epic Fury is well on its way to doing that. As for the future of Iran, as the president has pointed to, of course it's in the best interest of the United States of America for Iran to no longer be led by a radical terrorist regime that chants death to America and is lying to the United States and the world about their secret ambitions to possess a nuclear bomb. President Trump does not want to see that. He wants to take an interest in pursuing who the next leader of the Iranian country is going to be, and that has yet to be seen, and the president is discussing it and deliberating it. Kristen.
You just said on Fox that it doesn't really matter if Russia is giving Iran information about military assets. Why doesn't it matter if U.S. military is put in danger by Russia, and that was the president believes as well?
What I meant, Kristen, and thank you for giving me a chance to make it very clear, is that it clearly is not making a difference with respect to the military operations in Iran, because we are completely decimating them. As I said earlier, we've taken out nearly 30 of their ships. Their navy has been deemed combat ineffective. 90% reduction in ballistic missile retaliatory strikes against the United States and our Gulf Arab and partners in the region. So, of course, we are achieving the military objectives of this operation, and that is going to continue because the United States military is the best and most lethal fighting force in the world. Sure, go ahead, Benny.
Can you confirm if U.S. has taken full control over the airspace in Iran, like it's been reported these past couple days? Trump said within hours, within days. Can you confirm anything along those lines?
Yes, we are well on our way to doing so.
Caroline, has the president's faith in Russia to cut a peace deal with Ukraine been shaken by the knowledge that Russia is apparently supplying intelligence to Iran in this conflict?
I think the president would say that peace is still an achievable objective with respect to the Russia-Ukraine war. You saw Special Envoy Witkoff put out a tweet yesterday announcing a new prisoner exchange between both Russia and Ukraine. So it's something this administration still wants to see, and something I know the president will continue to work on. I'll let the president speak on that directly. Mary.
What does the president mean when he calls for unconditional surrender? Is he saying that the regime has to fully relinquish control?
What the president means is that when he, as commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the goals of Operation Epic Fury has been fully realized, then Iran will essentially be in a place of unconditional surrender. Whether they say it themselves or not, frankly, they don't have a lot of people to say that for them, because the United States and the state of Israel have completely wiped out more than 50 leaders of the former terrorist regime, including the supreme leader himself. Monica.
Thank you, Caroline. The president had a July 4th deadline for the One Big Beautiful Bill. Does he see a deadline for the Save America Act, as I know that's a priority of his to get passed?
As soon as possible, I know the president would say. This is a huge priority for the president. It remains one. I know he has added on some priorities to the Save America Act in recent days, namely no transgender transition surgeries for minors. We are not going to tolerate the mutilation of young children in this country, and no men in women's sports. And the president putting all of these priorities together, it speaks to just how common sense they are. These are all common sense priorities of this president that are backed by the vast majority of Americans, and he wants Republicans to act on them as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Ken Paxton laid out some conditions yesterday, saying that he would drop out of the race if Senate leadership on the Republican side agreed to, getting rid of the filibuster, for example. What are the president's thoughts on that?
I won't get ahead of the president on the Texas Senate race. I know it's of great interest to everyone. I'm no longer his political spokesperson. I'm a government spokesperson, so I'll let him speak on that directly.
You elaborated on the president's decision to tap Mark Wayne Mullen as the next DHS secretary. Can you talk a little bit about the rationale for the choice, why Mullen was the best candidate in his eyes, and also your message to congressional Democrats who continue to keep the DHS unfunded?
Yeah, well, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen has been a strong friend of the president and a big supporter of the president's immigration policies. Not only that, he's exceptionally talented, qualified, and I know well respected by his peers on Capitol Hill from both sides of the aisle. So we look forward to his expeditious confirmation, and I know the White House will be working with our counterparts in the Senate to make that happen as quickly as possible.
Sure. Thank you, Caroline. The president has said he wants to be involved in Iran's future. He has also called the son of Supreme Leader Khamenei a lightweight, and he has also said that United States strikes have taken out the potential candidates. So does the United States now have any candidates, or looking at candidates who may lead Iran for the future?
I know there's a number of people that our intelligence agencies and the United States government are looking at, but I won't get any further on that. Sure.
Is the president satisfied with the pace of the investigation into whether the U.S. military did hit that Iranian school? Is the White House concerned that this was the United States?
Again, as I said at the briefing 2 days ago, I don't have any updates with respect to the investigation. I would expect those to come from the Pentagon. Sure, Haley. Again, I don't have any updates for you on the investigation. Those will come from the Pentagon directly. Haley. Again, I'll let the president speak on that directly. Sure.
Caroline, do you have any comment on the MAGA influencer divide on the Iran war? It seems like everyone acts everybody's going at each other. Any message to both sides of the aisle?
I would just remind people, X is not real life. This president lives in the real world. And with respect to MAGA, President Trump is the leader of MAGA. He's the creator of the MAGA movement. And there is nothing more America first than taking out terrorists who have maimed and killed our own servicemen and women, who chant death to America and who pose a threat to the homeland. And so President Trump is a leader of the peace through strength foreign policy doctrine. He attempted peace through diplomacy exhaustively and extensively with the rogue Iranian regime. And so they have been struck with the strength and the sheer might and will of the United States Armed Forces, and President Trump has proven he's a man of his word. If you go back and look, not just over the past year as president, but in his first term and in many years in his private life as well, when he has said that the Iranian regime can never obtain a nuclear bomb, well, now he's finally acting on it, and he has the courage to do what so many presidents in the past did not. We'll see you guys later.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt speaking to reporters there gathered outside the White House ahead of an event coming up at 4 o'clock where President Trump will be meeting with a number of leaders from across the country to discuss the future of college sports. Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, Governor DeSantis, among those names that we have seen reportedly invited to that college sports roundtable. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. So earlier today, if you were with us, we tried to listen into a news conference with the Secretary of Transportation inside Union Station in Washington, D.C. We had some audio issues at that point, didn't end up getting to listen in. So I want to take you to that now as they announced the start of the Freedom Moves You campaign and some of the things that you may start seeing, not just in Florida, but across the country when it comes to commemorating America's 250th birthday and public transportation options.
You know, we're celebrating America's 250th birthday. The president has asked all of government, all of the secretaries, all of the departments to participate in this great American birthday, celebrating our liberty and our freedom. And as the Secretary of Transportation, I have to tell you all that we have the best program to celebrate America's birthday. Thank you. I'm not biased. And so today what we're going to lay out for you is our campaign that is Freedom Moves You, right? Because we all move, whether it's planes, trains, automobiles, we all move through transportation. And what we want to do is provide these Freedom 250 images across all of our platforms. And I have some of our great partners who are here with us today who have helped make this happen. I specifically want to give a shout out to the Heritage Foundation who helped craft these images. Yeah, they did a great job. And they didn't do this under contract. They didn't ask for money. They said, you know what? We want to help celebrate America's birthday. We want to develop these images that are going to bring people's minds back to civics. They're going to be fun. They're digestible. And so they've drafted them. And they've actually given them to America, so Heritage Foundation, we are incredibly grateful for you and your support. But it's going to be in train stations like this, JFK Airport, We're going to be at Nats Park as well, which would be fantastic. By the way, any other major sporting events that want to participate with us, these are free. So if you want to be patriotic, you can all participate. Just let us know and we can get you the images. But what we want to do is unite Americans around the concept and idea of that which unites us, which is liberty and freedom. And at a time as we sit in D.C., there can be division, right? People can be divided. There's different political points of view. But this is a place and a time that we should be united around our birthday, America, and what makes us great. I read a stat that says that 30% of Americans can't tell you the three branches of government. That's kind of a problem. And so maybe some of these images will also inspire someone to Google what are the three branches of government, and they can have their own civics lesson as well. But I'm grateful for our partners who are participating today, and I'm going to bring them up in a second. But I want to tell you a little more about what we're doing at DOT. We are great at transportation. We are not great at audio, as you can tell. We are rough at that. But as we roll out, this is one of our rollouts that we're going to get. You're going to see this across the spectrum as you travel. But we have partnered with GM. If you're going to go on a trip and you want to figure out a place that you can go and how to plan your trip, GM has partnered with us on their Explore 250 app. So you can check that out. You can download it. The Penskes are here, and we have partnered with Bud Decker and Roger Penske. I don't know if you heard the great news, but we are going to have a Grand Prix race, Indy cars in Washington, D.C., August 23rd. I think Bud told us that he researched this, the last time there was a race in Washington, D.C. was 1801, and it was horses. So we are going to celebrate this birthday with a roar and a rev. But we also have our airline partners that are going to paint airplanes, celebrating our 250th birthday. We have a commemorative 250 passport. Amtrak, who's here today, also is going to paint trains. But one of our marquee events is going to be the Great American Road Trip. We're going to ask everyone to go see your country, celebrate your country by seeing your country. And I'm going to go on a road trip with my own family. We're going to film it and, again, encourage Americans to get out and celebrate this great country. I had 2 minutes, which I've gone over, as you would expect as a former politician. But I couldn't be more honored. I'm going to bring up our first speaker. She has been relentless. She is our quarterback for Freedom 250. Everything runs through Monica Crowley. Her official title is the Chief of Protocol of the United States, but she is working across government, working tirelessly to make sure this great celebration goes off without a hitch, and she has done that so far. So I'm going to give you Monica Crowley to kick off our speakers.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. As someone who lives and works in Washington, D.C., but actually lives in New York, and my family is in Florida, I feel like Union Station is my second home. I am literally John Candy in planes, trains, and automobiles, so it is such an honor to be on this stage with so many colleagues from the transportation sector. As Secretary Duffy mentioned, I am Monica Crowley, Ambassador Monica Crowley. I'm Chief of Protocol of the United States. But in addition to my day job, President Trump has also asked me to be his administration's representative to Freedom 250, to America's big birthday party. We have so many incredible things planned, including the Great American State Fair on the National Mall coming up later this spring, with all 50 states represented with their own pavilions. We're also going to have the UFC fight on the South Lawn of the White House in June. We're going to host a national prayer event to unite the country in prayer as one nation under God and return this country back to God. That will take place in June. Of course, that is the most important thing. We can't do any of this, restoring our nation, without him. We're also going to host, of course, a massive July 4th celebration for our 250th birthday. It will be based in New York, Philadelphia, and of course, Washington, D.C., with a massive salute to America. In addition, as Secretary Duffy mentioned, we are going to have in August the IndyCar race in Washington, D.C., which is going to be absolutely incredible. President Washington used to celebrate his birthday with horse races, and now we're going to take that tradition into the 21st century. I want to give a big shout out to Secretary Duffy and all of his colleagues at the Department of Transportation for this campaign. Every agency across the administration is engaged in celebrating our big birthday party, and DOT is doing an incredible job with this campaign. It's called Freedom Moves You. I think this is freedom in motion, and as somebody, like I said, who spends her entire life on planes, trains, and automobiles and buses, I will tell you that this campaign is probably the biggest that will connect all Americans, because we're all in constant movement. We are all involved somehow in transporting ourselves, our families, our loved ones, our friends. We're all engaged in transporting ourselves across this great land. So to have this campaign, these images out there in our key transportation hubs, our airlines, our trains, our subways, our buses, every American will have eyes on this campaign in some form or another. Transportation is what brings us together. It's what connects us nationwide. That's what makes this campaign particularly special. I just want to end with this. I won't ask for a raising of the hands to show your age, but there may be some people in this crowd old enough to remember the 1976 bicentennial celebration. I was a very, very, very young girl at the time. And while I was so young, I can't remember the specifics of that bicentennial celebration. But what I do remember is being a very young girl down the Jersey Shore with my family and having a small American flag in one hand and a sparkler in the other. And I remember going out to the community parade and watching at night the entire community, the entire state of New Jersey, the entire nation, and really the world come together to celebrate that historic anniversary for America. What we are doing 50 years later is trying to recreate that same feeling, because you may not remember the specifics of where President Ford was that day and what he was doing in the speeches. You do remember how you felt. And that is what we are trying to restore this time around. The objective is to bring this nation together, to unite this country under our shared values and this renewed sense of civic pride. That's what the DOT campaign is about. That's what all of our major events are about. We encourage everybody to visit freedom250.org. Freedom250.org is the central website where you can find out what's happening nationally, as well as what's happening in your neck of the woods to celebrate our most exceptional nation. Thank you to Secretary Duffy. Thank you to all of you for coming out. God bless you, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
So you heard Monica say that we are the campaign that connects people, and that is true. But she won't say it publicly, so I'll say it for her. She did tell me, she whispered in my ear that DOT does have the greatest campaign of all for America 250. So thank you for that, Monica. So we're here at Union Station. Again, this is probably, more people probably come through Union Station than anywhere here in Washington, D.C. We are grateful for Union Station hosting us. And so our next speaker is the president and CEO of Union Station Redevelopment Corporation. And as we roll these images out, they are going to be displayed prominently here in Union Station. I'm going to bring up Doug Carr.
Good morning, and welcome to beautiful Union Station. I'm Douglas Carr, President and CEO of Union Station Redevelopment Corporation. USRC is the organization that manages this building on behalf of its owners, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and by extension, the people of the United States. Mr. Secretary, at the outset, I want to take a moment to thank you for what you and your team have done and are doing to make Union Station an even more beautiful example of how transportation contributes to the freedom that moves us. In recent months, you have given us the tools we need to beautify the station inside and out and make it cleaner and safer for our visitors. We look forward to working with you to continue this progress. Launching this exciting initiative at our historic station is in fact an ideal way to illustrate how freedom moves you. Transportation has powered America's progress, and for over 118 years, Union Station has served as a perfect symbol of ambition, monumental architecture, and achievement in transportation. Our history also serves as an example of the power of American innovation and the role that transportation has in the growth and expansion of great ideas. The investment our founders made 250 years ago is felt by all of us today, and it is up to us to continue to make that investment and build for the next 250 years. We are excited to showcase this campaign at our station, the single most trafficked place in the region, where hundreds of thousands of daily visitors and commuters can appreciate the important role that transportation has in our daily lives and throughout the history of our country. Thank you again for coming, and the Secretary and his team for showcasing our iconic building as part of this important celebration. Thank you.
So from that event earlier today at Union Station, talking about the Freedom Moves You campaign and some of the things that you'll start seeing around when it comes to America 250, celebrating the 250th birthday of the United States this year, and some of those images that you might see at those at airports and train stations and things like that. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is 1:45 on this Friday, and we are continuing to track a number of things here. I do want to go ahead and listen in for a little bit here to this hearing going on in Hillsborough County, where the suspects accused in the murder of Julio Foolio are in court right now. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now from Hillsborough County.
She drove and left purposely at his grandmother's house in Polk County, and he was seen by his grandmother moving several items from the Impala into this vehicle, and that is why that vehicle was targeted. So obviously, again, another connection to this crime. We have items of evidence that are significant and relevant to how this homicide and attempted homicide occurred here in Tampa.
All right. Judge, I would only respond that, again, I don't believe the fact that because the state is setting forth a theory of principles, and because they're setting forth that it's their theory of a prosecution, that this particular phone is a phone that was purchased by Mr. Gathright, not by Mr. Murphy, in order to replace, potentially, as a theory of prosecution, a phone that he no longer wanted anybody to have, doesn't get it any closer to being admissible against Mr. Murphy, nor do I believe, and again, reserving argument for the court's question as to evidence as opposed to statements as it relates to co-conspirators, the fact that none of these items have a direct relationship to the crime at hand certainly is extremely prejudicial, and not the kind of prejudicial evidence I would suggest to the court that happens just in cases in general. It far is outweighed by its prejudicial value, and that is especially not as much to Mr. Gathright, but as it relates to Mr. Murphy and, quite frankly, any other defendant.
Okay.
Next, Judge. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm going to deny the motion as to paragraph 10, items A through R. All right. Next up would be the paragraph 12, the items from the residential search of Mr. Gathwright's residence.
Yes, Judge. On the 27th, a day later, Mr. Gathwright's home was searched. There are 2 AR rifles equipped with black mesh grass catchers and 2 spent 9mm. The 9mm were recovered. Oh, they matched casings recovered from the homicide scene, but in a kind of a unique situation, the court might remember, they could not have been fired at the homicide scene because there were the requisite amount of casings found on the 9mm that would have filled the firearm. I'm not a firearm expert or even eloquent as it relates to firearms, but the point being is that Detective Ramos subsequently testified, look, we now know that what was found in Mr. Gathwright's home could not have been fired that night, but certainly that doesn't preclude the fact that there is a match between those casings and this casing. So maybe it was fired from the same firearm at another time. So my argument essentially is the same as it relates to the admissibility of this evidence and its relevance and relationship to Mr. Murphy, and albeit something that may be considered relevant or admissible as to Mr. Gathright, not so as it relates to Mr. Murphy. Number one, again, far outside the conspiratorial time frame, and secondly, doesn't have any direct relationship to Mr. Murphy.
Okay. All right, State, why are you seeking to admit these from Mr. Gathwright's home? Items A and B.
I'll speak, if I could, Your Honor. May I have a podium?
Sure.
I'll speak to the relevance of the firearm evidence, and maybe Ms. Doherty can speak to the relevance to Mr. Murphy specifically. So the 2 shell casings are 9mm shell casings. Just like the ammunition found in Mr. Gathwright's vehicle, they are Max Tech brand 9mm shell casings. 31 shell casings were found at the scene, 9mm shell casings. All Max Tech brand ammunition. So this is the same brand ammunition. If you recall, in the Andrews case, Bernard De Jesus who was on scene post-fact, did some interviews, testified, and a predicate was laid to his knowledge and expertise in firearms. And he testified, based on his knowledge of Glock firearms, that the, quote, stick magazine, which is an extended magazine that is utilized in Glock firearms, holds 33 rounds. 31 rounds were found at the scene. These are the other two, it is the state's theory, additional rounds that, in his opinion, during the trial must have fell into the brass catchers as they were being ejected from the pistol, or may have fallen into the brass catcher on one of the other shooter's rifles that was nearby, because the brass was ejecting in the videos towards the direction of the rifle shooters. So that is the relevance, physical relevance of the evidence. And I can let Ms. Doherty speak to the relevance to Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy.
And Judge, again, he is a principal to the crime, and all of the physical evidence that are related to the crime would be admissible in his trial as well, even though it's found in another co-defendant's house. It is a part that has ballistically been connected to the homicide. The two AR rifles both match the appearance that are the two AR rifles that are used in this case. There isn't a ballistic or forensic link because none of those shell casings were left at the scene. So we could not do a comparison based on that. But we know that they had brass mesh brass catchers, which we can definitely see that in the video. So it is definitely very relevant, very probative, and the defendant is charged as a principal, and that evidence certainly would be admissible in his case as well.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
Before I go on, just two particular statements with regard to that. Number one, the brand is there's nothing unique about this brand of ammunition. It is a common brand of ammunition that it's sold regularly in virtually every gun shop in America, and has no direct relationship to this homicide other than the fact that the brands are similar. Secondly, the appearance alone of those AKs should not be the basis for admission simply without any type of forensic connection whatsoever. It certainly its prejudicial value outweighs its probative effect, and that's what I would say with regard to those items in Mr. Gathwright's residential search of 627.
Okay. I'm going to deny the motion as to items 12A and B. Their probative value outweighs any prejudicial effect. Okay. Moving on to the items recovered from the search of Isaiah Chance's home.
Judge, on the 27th, the same day, soon thereafter, or simultaneous with Mr. Gathwright's residential search, Mr. Chance's residence was searched. There was a Glock 9mm with an extended magazine, some ammunition, Generation 5 Glock ammunition, notes that detail how to utilize, I guess, a Glock switch. None of the evidence seized from Mr. Chance's residence, to my knowledge, had any evidentiary connection to the charged offense or to Mr. Murphy. And for those reasons, Judge, and essentially with regard to the same argument, except for the fact in this particular case, I think it's one step removed from items found in Mr. Gathwright's possession, home, or car, and that is that these items have no direct evidentiary connection.
Okay. State, why are these admissible as being relevant?
Judge, I'm agreeing to the Glock 9mm pistol with extended magazine and the box that it belongs to, because we did compare it to our shell casings, and it was determined not to be the Glock that we're looking for or that was used or licensed in this case. I am going to object to the notes detailing the Glock switches in the notebook, because in this particular case, one of the assailants was using a Glock that had a switch on it, so I do think that that is relevant to this case. In another video, a ring video where they are loading up right before they come to Tampa on June 22nd of 2024, Isaiah Chance can be seen to have in his possession what appears to be a firearm with a switch on it. So it is relevant to the case, especially when we have video footage at the scene, and based on the scene as well as the projectiles that were left behind, we know that we are dealing with a Glock switch firearm.
And when it says notes detailing
A lot of talk about firearms and weapons, 31 shell casings found on the scene there. All of this discussion about the admissibility of evidence in the upcoming trial of these suspects facing charges in the death of Julio Foolio, the Jacksonville rapper who was shot and killed in what investigators and prosecutors have called an ambush there in Tampa, as that rapper was in the area celebrating his birthday when he was gunned down in a scene that looks like it was straight out of a movie. And so that trial we're going to be watching closely once it begins. Obviously continuing to work through a lot of things before it gets to that point. We know one suspect, Alicia Andrews, has been already convicted of manslaughter. She's not yet been sentenced, but she was convicted, accused of driving the getaway car and being part of the planning of that. So we're continuing to keep an eye on that hearing that continues as they work through some of those issues. We are also watching the funeral of Jesse Jackson, waiting some remarks from 3 former presidents attending that event in Chicago. But right now we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox Local and YouTube. We'll be right back at the top of the hour. Welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live and continue our live streaming news coverage. So keep it right here.
Florida Live starts now.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. I want to let you know some of what we've got ahead for you over this next hour right here on Florida Live. Here's a few of the things that you can expect. We are talking with a state lawmaker who has successfully advocated for a domestic violence reform bill that passed by the House unanimously and also is expected to pass the Senate next week. We'll have more on that coming up in just a few minutes. We're also having an update from a 40-year-old cold case now reaching a courtroom after an arrest. Fox 13's Nancy Gay will have an update on that case coming up in just a little bit. And then later in the show, a Daytona Beach native getting the ball in the World Baseball Classic. Going to be taking the mound tomorrow for Team Italy. You're going to hear from him coming up in just a little bit. So we've got a lot to get to over this next hour here on Florida Live. And we start by following up on a shooting in Apopka where we know 4 men were shot and hurt in this shooting. Fox 35's Matt Trezza checked in with us to let us know what we're learning about this shooting in Apopka.
Orange County deputies say they're investigating this shooting that happened on West 12th Street in Apopka. Now, this is the scene behind me here. You can see how they've got the road closed off. There is police tape in the area. They are continuing to gather evidence. There are evidence markers on the road. Lots and lots of Orange County deputies still around talking with some of the people on the street. Unfortunately, this is as close as we can get. We'd like to get a little bit closer, but they're still conducting their investigation here. What Orange County deputies have told us so far is that 4 men were shot, ranging in ages between early 20s to late 40s. They say that 2 men were shot and taken to the hospital where they were treated for their injuries. We're waiting for any status updates on that. They also say that when deputies were conducting their investigation here, they found out that 2 other people had taken themselves to the hospital with gunshot wounds. So 4 people shot in all, ranging in ages again from early 20s to late 40s. Again, Orange County deputies remain out on scene here, gathering evidence, talking with witnesses and with neighbors, and we're working to get more information about who these people are and the latest information on their conditions. For now, in Apopka, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
So yeah, continuing to follow up on that, we'll have updates from him coming up later on Fox 35 News. It was a special moment in the Florida House this week as the state representatives advanced a bill by a 112-0 vote that would create some reforms with domestic violence, enhance some penalties, and really, as supporters say, take a major step forward when it comes to the protection of victims of domestic violence. This is a bill that was championed by State Representative Deborah Tindrich. She's a Democrat from Lake Worth. She's a domestic violence survivor herself, and I had the chance to speak with her just a little bit ago on Fox 35 News Plus about the importance of this bill and the message that it sends as it moves forward.
Honestly, it was an incredible feeling. I think that, you know, beyond the unanimous vote, the speaker actually opened up the board for every member in the House at that moment to co-sponsor. And not only did we get a unanimous vote, but we also got a unanimous co-sponsorship. And I think that message alone tells Floridians that they're worth the protection. We're hearing them and we're seeing them, and we're going to keep fighting for them.
What does this bill do? It's talked about how it strengthens some protections for victims. It has a number of different aspects to it. What are the main things that people should know about the steps that this bill takes?
Absolutely. I first, before I start to explain what the bill does, I just want to let everyone know that victims feel, and the truth is, a lot of these laws that we have in place right now don't put the victim's experience at the forefront. So we have to revisit each law to ensure that the victim's experience is the one that's being protected. And so at the end of the day, if these bills and these laws don't support the victim in that moment, then how is a victim actually going to become a survivor? So with this bill, it was through conversations with stakeholders, survivor stories, and my survivor story, because that's what brought me here. And so collectively, we were able to come forward with a pretty comprehensive package that is going to make a huge difference in not only victim and survivor supports, but also abuser accountability. So for instance, we're having enhanced penalties for repeat domestic violence offenders, along with elevating repeat violations for domestic violence injunctions to a 3rd-degree felony. We're seeing that when victims try to leave, that's the most dangerous time in their life. So making sure that the respondents know that if they're going to violate injunction. There's going to be a severe penalty along with that. Plus, we're adding a GPS pilot program for the abusers to wear, the respondents to wear. So basically, if the and this is going to be for misdemeanors and for felony charges. So we're having a pilot program in Pinellas County, and we're also having for misdemeanors, and we're also having a pilot program for the 6th Judicial Circuit in Pinellas and Pasco County, which for felonies. And that means that if someone shows a clear and convincing evidence that they're a threat to the victim or they're violating injunction for protection, the judge can actually require them to wear an ankle monitor with GPS tracking on it. And so that's going to be huge to make sure that the victims know that they're protected or feel safer when they're leaving that situation. Also, what's interesting is the Department of War actually reached out to me to ask me to add an amendment onto my bill because military protective orders are not effective in civilian life, which means that when most of the families that live off base, they're not protected with that protective order. So this actually allows the military protective order, MPOs, to be considered as evidence when a civilian injunction is sought, and also improves communication between civilian and military law enforcement. There's a few more components, but for instance, relocating is a really, really big challenge for victims. Right now, the current victim relocation allowance is only $1,500. We bumped it up to $2,500 for a one-time use and from $3,000 to $5,000 for a lifetime support for victim relocation allowance. And lastly, in this bill, this does allow threats or cruelty to animals and service and emotional support animals to be included when injunction for protections are sought, recognizing that abusers often use pets as a tool for intimidation and control.
You talk about your personal experience, and you have been open about being a survivor of domestic violence yourself. How did that experience inform this process of putting this bill together and addressing some of these reforms?
It's hard to explain fully if you're not a victim or a survivor yourself, but our experiences are, even though they might be different, they're all very unique in how they're carried out. We all understand when it's the hardest point in our time within those situations, which is leaving. We know what the control feels like. We know how every move, every word we do, every decision we make is under constant scrutiny. And so when we're looking at what does it take for someone to feel confident enough to leave, knowing that they'll be safe once they leave, we need to make sure that that is happening, that safety net is there, and the supports are available to make sure that, think about it. Across our state, we're having homicide. A lot of the homicides happen once a victim leaves. And we need to make sure that those are the times when the victims need us to cover them in protection. And so when I got into this position, after I left my domestic violence situation, it's been 13 years. But once I got into this office, I knew that with such a huge crisis happening with domestic violence across our state, every single district has domestic violence happening right now as we speak. And so with it being that significant, I knew that had to be my why. Why am I running for office? Why am I in this position? And it's to make sure that women, children, and families across our state are safe. And this is one of the biggest steps we can do moving forward. And I will do this every single year to make sure that we're in a position where we're the national gold standard for how domestic violence is handled, and to make sure that these victims know that we're here and we're able to help them become survivors and not just stay victims.
So there's still more you want to do with this.
Oh, absolutely. We have so many gaps, and we need to make sure that all those gaps are filled in our statute and make sure that we have every tool in our toolbox to make sure that we can carry out those protections and supports, and also make sure that the abusers are held accountable.
We talked about the special moment on the House floor when this came up for a vote in the extended debate time, where we heard from lawmakers talking about why this is personal. What did you learn about that? What did we see in that shows just how pervasive something like this is?
Well, I will say the member debate was incredible. Domestic violence, they shared how domestic violence touched them personally. And to be honest, there was a lot of members who had one-on-one conversations with me that didn't even share their actual stories publicly, but I'm holding them, confidentially. When I walk around now the Capitol, outside of that chamber, I have staff throughout the Capitol hugging me and crying, thanking me for finally having this at the forefront of our conversations and our priorities. When I talk to survivors here, even at the Capitol, who are staff and who have come to visit our Capitol just to be a part of the process, they're saying thank you. It's about time. And we have so many people who suffer in silence, who are afraid to share their story. And they have truly opened up and become vulnerable with me because I was willing to do the same. And so they're thanking me also for creating that safer space and giving them permission to open up and be a part of that conversation without feeling like they're going to be attacked or they're going to be looked at differently for going through something that even the strong, one of the other members said, even the strongest people are not strong in these situations. It's actually it's like a spider web that traps you one string at a time. And until you're trapped and you have to be able to get released from that spider web, it's really challenging.
The bill now heads to the Senate. What's the outlook there?
Positive feedback. It's going to hit the Senate floor on Monday, I believe at 1 p.m. And we're expecting it to pass unanimously. I haven't talked to anyone in the House or the Senate who thinks that this will fail. It's actually going to be a huge lift that will put Florida at the forefront of how we're going to make sure that domestic violence is handled, protect our people in our state of Florida. So I know that this is going to pass, and we're going to take it on, go strong with this year after year. And, I'm hoping to help lead the way.
What will that mean to you to see that if that does pass unanimously again in the Senate? What's that going to mean to you?
It's a responsibility that I want to take on. I mean, it's huge. It would mean the world to me. That moment I had in the Capitol, that the amount of support that I had on the House floor that day to being able to bring this forward this year and have it end with such a positive outcome. I think it's going to give a lot of hope to myself that we're going to be able to make these changes year after year. And also it's going to give a lot of hope to everyone across Florida who has the domestic violence experience. And this is something that we really need and deserve. I mean, our Floridians deserve this. And I do too, because at the end of the day, it's a survivor-driven, victim-driven bill. And we're going to do this year after year.
Right. It sounds like that the work just getting started. State Representative Deborah Tindrich, Democrat from Lake Worth, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. Going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay joining us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a cold case that goes back for more than 40 years has finally reached a Tampa courtroom. Yesterday, Madeira Beach resident Robert Baer appeared before a judge facing charges for the 1980 murder of Charles Barnes. Investigators say this case began when Barnes failed to show up for work in October of 1980. When police arrived at his home on East Okaloosa Avenue for a welfare check, they found him stabbed to death inside. Detectives at the time reported signs of a struggle that began in the master bedroom, finding blood-soaked bedding and signs that the home had been ransacked. 2 months later, the victim's car had been found abandoned at the Tahitian Inn on South Dale Mabry Highway with blood still inside. And despite the initial evidence, the trail went cold for decades. There was a breakthrough in 2009 when forensics teams used modern technology to rerun fingerprints found on beer cans inside the home, and those prints matched Baer. Now, while Baer denied ever knowing Barnes, investigators say DNA under the victim's fingernails and on a towel at the scene also provided a match. Court documents also reveal a witness who has children with Baer told authorities he recently spoke out about the investigation in a way that led her to believe that he had committed this crime. Now, Baer is currently being held without bond on charges of first-degree murder and armed burglary, and he is scheduled to be back in court next week. Garrett?
Nancy, as we've talked about before, it always kind of blows my mind to think about these cases that have just gone cold and set dormant for years, and then new technology just kind of flings those cases open and leads to arrests and, as we now see, a hearing and trial. So crazy stuff.
Yeah, it definitely is. And it's amazing. Obviously back then we did not have all the same technology, especially the DNA technology that we have right now. And again, this happened in 1980, but in 2009, they did find some of that DNA linking to Barnes. So to Baer. So it is been a question, at least those of us in the newsroom were also talking, we're like, what was taking place from 2009 all the way to 2026? So that still remains one of the questions that we have. This DNA technology is there, but why did it take so long to make an arrest and have him go to court for this?
Also in the Tampa Connection today, an upcoming documentary taking a look at an interesting serial killer case.
Yes, this documentary is called The Murders of Seminal Heights, and it actually debuted last night during the Gasparilla International Film Festival at the AMC West Shore Theater. Now, for 51 days back in 2017, the Seminal Heights community lived in a constant state of fear due to this serial killer that was on the loose. He did kill 4 people during that time period. Now, this documentary was locally produced and aims to provide a definitive account of the tragedy from the perspective of those people who lived through it. Now, the director is Joseph Guerrera, and he says it was vital for Floridians to be the ones to tell this story. He describes this period as a horrifying time when anybody could have been a potential victim. Now, scriptwriter Gordon Weller says the film captures how the neighborhood was pushed to the edge with residents unsure of who they could trust, and it does focus heavily on the 4 lives who were taken. Those would be Benjamin Mitchell, Monica Hoffa, Anthony Neboa, as well as Ronald Felton. The filmmakers say their primary goal was to honor the victims and their families while providing a sense of closure for the community. The man responsible, Howell Emmanuel Donaldson III, pleaded guilty to 4 counts of murder in 2023 and is currently serving a life sentence. The production team says they avoided sensationalizing the crimes and instead chose to provide an honest, integrity-driven timeline of events. And following its local premiere, the team plans to submit the film to additional film festivals with the goal of eventually bringing the documentary to a streaming service. Garrett?
All right, looking forward to seeing that. It sounds like it'll be a great piece. And finally, in the Tampa Connection, looking at an animal rescue organization that's really struggling right now. What's going on?
Yeah, so this has actually been our top story all morning, and this Tampa Bay animal rescue called Merciful Project, they are sounding the alarm as an overwhelming number of animals due to a surge of stray dogs, and owner surrenders are pushing this organization to the breaking point. Now, Heidi Acuna, she's the founder of Merciful Project. She says her team is run into the ground after months of handling urgent cases. And the latest influx includes 10 puppies that were found living in a very dirty backyard kennel in Dover. Acuna says the family reached out for help because they couldn't afford veterinary care for this accidental litter. Now, while the puppies are now safe and getting cleaned up, the rescue says it is drowning. Acuna says she reached out to other organizations for assistance, but so far the answer has mostly been no. Now she is taking that plea directly to the community. The rescue is currently juggling several medical cases, including a dog named Beatrice, who was saved from a backyard situation with a large mass and a damaged eye. Acuna says the crisis is being fueled by a lack of local resources and unplanned breeding. She is calling for more partnerships to expand access to spay and neuter services and basic vaccinations for families in need. And she also said that the most immediate need right now, Garrett, is foster homes. Now, the Merciful Project is hosting an open house for potential volunteers, and they are urging anybody who can apply to do so on their website. But again, if you do apply to become a foster for these animals, keep in mind that most of these organizations do have a lot of restrictions. A lot of times you have to be home for a certain number of hours during the day, and you also have to be able to meet these animal needs. So keep in mind that just because you may apply to become a foster dog mom, it may not always get accepted.
All right, good to keep in mind. We certainly hope those organizations get some help. It's heartbreaking to see all those animals. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Time now for our Florida Live forecast. We've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me now. And Laurel, we are warming up things. I mean, it's beautiful out there, but we really have to gear up for a pretty warm weekend.
The warm doesn't even, I think, begin to describe it, because I feel like, I know we're in early March and everything, and temperatures should be like right around upper 70s, low 80s. Garrett, not only do we have the heat, but we have the humidity kicking in this weekend. Temperatures are going to feel like 90, which is normally what we feel end of May, beginning of June. So it's quite literally going to be a summer-like weekend.
After all the cold snaps we had this winter, the Florida heat and humidity is returning with a vengeance.
Yes, and I feel like that's okay because I know we're kind of getting into the season of a lot of spring breakers are going to be on their way here, lots of events happening and I feel like we've kind of just been gypped the past couple of weekends. So I'm extremely happy that we finally have a weekend that's going to be not only beautiful, but perfect for any outdoor activities or festivities that you might have planned for this weekend. Here's a live look over iDrive. It is beautiful out there, seeing those beautiful blue skies, seeing just a little couple of clouds out there, and that's pretty much going to set the tone for what we're going to be in for the rest of the weekend. Storm tracker radar pretty much clear, seeing a couple of very scattered showers kind of up by Jacksonville and north of Flagler County, but other than that, we're dry, and that's how it's going to stay through the rest of the day today. But also taking a look at this weekend, just look at those temperatures. You will notice that we are still tracking the possibility of a couple of scattered showers. There is the chance, just because we have that wind coming in directly off the east, could bring in just a little bit of moisture off the ocean. But I think the majority of those showers really just going to be very hit and miss, quick 10-15 minutes, and they're out of here. Here's your Friday forecast through the rest of the evening, seeing those clouds moving on out of here. And again, we are still keeping the chance of a couple of scattered showers as we take a look towards your Saturday. But other than that, it is going to be a beautiful rest of the evening. So if you are planning on going out to the Arnold Palmer Invitational, heading to any of the theme parks to start off the weekend, going out to dinner, it's going to be a beautiful evening for that, and we have a better weekend on tap. And like I said, there's a lot of stuff happening this weekend, Garrett. That's kind of the wrap-up of a lot of events. Central Florida Fair opening up at 4 p.m. today. Doors close at 10 p.m. And we're going to be seeing a nice evening for that. Again, may see the slight possibility of a very, very scattered shower, but really not looking at too much for the rest of this evening. Bike week wrapping up this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be foggy to start, so heads up if you do have any plans late tonight or looking to get an early jump on your Saturday, there will be some pretty decent fog out there to start off your weekend. But other than that, it's going to mix out pretty quick and that fog is going to clear, seeing those temperatures warming up real quick, and we'll really see those temperatures warming up this weekend. And of course, Arnold Palmer Invitational happening at Bay Hill, mostly clear, especially through the rest of this evening, so golfing conditions look good, but it is going to be a little bit on the breezy side, taking a look Saturday and Sunday, so hopefully that's not too much of a challenge. Again, we will be keeping an eye on the possibility of a couple of scattered showers kind of peppered across the region, taking a look ahead towards our Sunday, especially for the Arnold Palmer Invitational. That's when the finals are happening. And of course, we have to talk about Disney as well, because this is the first full weekend of the Flower and Garden Festival, and it looks like it's going to be a beautiful day on Saturday. So things are looking good. Rain chances kind of go up as we take a look Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, kind of just scattered showers, but we could be looking at our next big rain chance coming up on Thursday and into your Friday, so we'll definitely keep a very close eye on that. But we need the rain desperately. 70% of Florida right now is under extreme drought conditions, and that includes a lot of central Florida as well. So we desperately need a good chance of rain. But yeah, we have some big tropics news and a couple of reminders for you, Garrett, coming up in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because we see that the name Melissa is being retired, and we know that that's a step that is taken for huge historic storms that cause a lot of damage and devastation. So talk to us about the takeaways here from the retiring of this name.
Yeah, so like you said, this is a storm that caused a lot of damage, specifically to Jamaica, also Haiti, Cuba, as well as the Bahamas. This storm was massive, and storm names get retired mainly for infamous reasons. Not only is the storm really strong, but also it caused a lot of devastation. That's usually why we see storms, name gets retired. So Melissa, name is retired and is completely out of the rotation, so we will not see a future Melissa coming up within the next hurricane years. So Melissa tied for the strongest hurricane in the Atlantic as measured by wind speeds, $12 billion in damages, and unfortunately there were over 90 deaths reported in Jamaica as well as Haiti. So a little bit of kind of the deep dive into the tropics. names are recycled every 6 years. So the most of the names that we saw this season in the 2025 season will actually be reused in 2031, with the exception of Melissa. So due to the devastation and the destruction that this storm kind of put on Jamaica as well as Haiti, the name is retiring. So again, we'll no longer see Melissa on any future name lists. So instead of Melissa, it'll actually get subbed in for Molly. So we see most of the names very similar with the exception of Molly, and this is going to be the name list for the 2031 season of the Hurricane Atlantic season. So that's kind of what we're seeing, Garrett. A little bit of the science behind the naming convention. As we take a look at the names for the future, they all have like 3 or 4 subsets of names. So if we do see a name retired, next one gets put in the slot, and from there and so on. So we've seen, even the year before, we had Beryl, Helene, and Milton all retired. This year we have Melissa, and that's probably the only name that's going to be retired this year. So we'll definitely keep a closer eye on that and see what we're less than 90 days out from hurricane season this year. So we'll see what this year kind of has in store for us.
Hopefully no names that end up being retired.
I hope so. We're knocking on wood for that one, but early kind of viewing of it. We're moving into an El Nino year. Usually that means a calmer, less active year here in the Atlantic side. So hopefully we'll be on that below average activity scale for this coming season. So fingers crossed on that.
Yes, that would certainly be good. Now, finally, we want to remind people you're going to have to change their clocks this weekend. We are springing forward this weekend.
Yeah, if I don't remind you, I'm going to forget myself. So taking a look, here's what our new sunset times are going to be. Taking a look ahead towards March 8th. So Sunday morning, technically. So before you go to bed, basically Saturday night, Sunday morning is when we spring forward, 2 a.m. to be specific. So on March 8th, this is Sunday, our sunset time is going to be 7:30. Right now it's right around 6:15, so that is something I like to hear. And looking at the daylight gained, we're probably going to gain about 40 minutes of daylight taking a look ahead towards the end of March. So something that I like to hear. So here is your reminder before you go to bed Saturday night, not only turn your manual clocks forward an hour, but also make sure you do change the batteries in your smoke detectors, because that is always a really good reminder to change them every 6 months. So you don't want to be too early for anything, late for an hour, early for anything.
My mind can never figure out whether you would be late or. I know we lose an hour of sleep. I know that. Right. Yeah. So set those clocks. We are going to lose an hour of sleep, but you're going to end up getting more of that daylight. So what do you think about daylight saving time? Are you a fan of it? We want to know. If you're watching on YouTube, let us know in the chat right now.
What are your thoughts?
You know what? I just don't like changing the clock.
Fair.
I would honestly be fine either way. Just pick one.
Yeah.
Because I like having the daylight in the morning for running in the morning. I like the later sunsets. You know, I would be fine. I just don't like going back and forth.
Can we get a happy medium? Can we just keep it at a half hour in between, so we can kind of get a half hour more in the day in the morning and a half hour later
Seems
at
fair.
night? Split it?
Seems like a fair compromise.
Cool. I like that. Make it easy.
That's what we'll do. So you heard it here on Florida Live first. We'll do our own time change. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Breaking news right now here on Florida Live. I want to take you inside a courtroom in Michigan where Sharon Moore, the former head football coach of Michigan, just entered a plea of no contest. This is in the charges that that were filed against him in a case involving an alleged inappropriate relationship with a staffer. He has pleaded no contest to 2 charges. That's trespassing and unlawful use of a two-way communications device. Then the first 3 charges are going to be dismissed. So that is a case that has gotten a lot of attention out of the state of Michigan, and we are now learning that Sharon Moore pleading no contest. This court hearing that is wrapping up. They have just scheduled his sentencing for April 23rd, so there will be more to come on that. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. I also want to get you now to Chicago, where 3 former presidents are not only in attendance for this homegoing service for the civil rights leader Jesse Jackson, who recently passed away, but all 3 of those former presidents also going to speak today. We are now hearing from the first of them. This is former President Barack Obama, who is eulogizing Jesse Jackson right now. Let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes as he speaks.
Student body president. He could have succeeded within the confines that were determined for him and had a successful life. But like so many of his generation, so many extraordinary civil rights leaders in the late 50s and 60s, that Joshua generation, he instinctively understood that individual success meant nothing unless everybody was free. So he became inspired by the bus boycotts in Montgomery. He led 7 black students into the whites-only library, sitting down and getting arrested for reading. Think about that. The library closed, but then it reopened. And when it did, it was open to everyone. Send me, Jesse said, even as a young man, and the world got a little bit better. By the time Reverend Jackson graduated from college, he had attended Chicago Theological Seminary. He knew the nature of his calling, and he became, as everybody knows, the youngest member of SCLC, assigned to lead Operation Breadbasket here in Chicago, right around the time that Isaiah Thomas is talking about. And it was during this period, and especially after Dr. King's death, when the optimism of the early movement had begun to fade and leadership had begun to fracture, and when the country seemed to have grown bored, gotten weary of the idea of justice and equality, and moved on to other concerns, that Reverend Jackson rose above despair and kept that righteous flame alive. Through Operation Push, he led boycotts and challenged corporate policies around hiring and contracting, recognizing that civil rights without economic justice was an empty promise. He backed unions in their organizing efforts and activists in fair wage campaigns, understanding that if the have-nots and the have-little bits ever learned to make common cause across racial lines instead of fighting each other over breadcrumbs, everybody would benefit. He helped register millions of voters. He fought against biases in the criminal justice system. He drew attention to local abuses of power and called folks at the national level to account. And by the early 80s, he was delivering that message of change and hope across the globe, freeing hostages from captivity.
Former President Barack Obama, one of 3 former presidents to speak at this funeral memorial service for the late Reverend Jesse Jackson, a civil rights leader. 2 other former presidents, including Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, they're expected to speak shortly. There's more coverage of this memorial service going on right now on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Live look right now in Houston, Texas, one of the host cities of the World Baseball Classic that is underway right now. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. We know Miami, another host city in the World Baseball Classic. Many of those games you'll be able to watch on Fox Sports 1, and also streaming. So what's really cool that you may not know is that a Volusia County native is playing for Team Italy, going to be taking the ball on Sunday when Team Italy plays Great Britain in Houston. His name is Dylan Deluchia. He was born in Daytona Beach. He's an alum of New Smyrna Beach High School. And Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with him earlier today about what it means to represent Team Italy in the World Baseball Classic.
It's exciting. I mean, just extremely honored and blessed to be representing, where my family's originated from. We're from Sicily, and it's just a huge honor. I'm excited to be here for sure, and represent the country.
Who in your family do you think was most excited to hear that you're playing for Team Italy?
I would say my dad. Again, it's my dad's side of the family, originated from there. So it's like, it's a huge honor just to represent Italy and the country. So it's like, when I called him and told him the news, he got super pumped and he was like, I'm going to be there. I'm flying in. And I was like, all right. So whole family's flying in for it. It shall be a fun week for sure.
Tell me how it came about, because how does Team Italy go about recruiting a roster?
Yeah, I mean, once you get to this kind of side, like still playing with Cleveland, so it's like, hey, you're trying to win at the same time, trying to get ready for season, especially spring trainings right now. So it's like when I got recruited in, I got a call from Andrew Bassett, the GM, and they were talking to me just, hey, like, we want you to come pitch. We want you to come start for Italy in the WBC. We'd love to have you. And yeah, I immediately just couldn't turn it down. I was super stoked just to have the opportunity to be here. So I said yes immediately. And then we were able to just submit all the paperwork, get approved. And now we're here, and now we're excited to throw on Sunday.
And there's some dudes in this roster. Tell me about some of the teammates that you've met, some of the guys that you maybe knew before.
Yeah, we got a great group of guys. A lot of wins in this clubhouse. It's all starting with the manager, Cervelli. So, part of the Yankees World Series champion. I mean, you got former Yankees that are World Series guys, legends for them. There's a lot of wins in the clubhouse. You got buddies that I've known for a while, like Jack Hags, guys I'm meeting that are big leaguers, like Vinny, Andrew, Aaron Nola. Like, you got all these names in the clubhouse. You're going to learn some things, and you're also going to, get better at your craft and take what they do so well and try to, keep moving forward. But like getting to know the guys, like good group of guys, like we're all here for one mission, and it seems like we're all on the same page. And, ever since the first day we've clicked.
And being a pitcher, is there a guy that you've kind of gravitated towards and really trying to pick his brain?
It's hard, you're only with a group of guys for so little of time. We all met Sunday, so we've only been with each other for 4 days, but we made the best of it. You got Kyle Teal at catching, so like basically we're learning each other right now. So it's like, hey, he's learning my pitch mix, he's learning what I like to do on the mound. We're just trying to create a good bond for definitely Sunday's start. But you got Aaron Nola over here, just I think like a 10-12 year big leaguer with Philly. You start to watch him, see how like he reacts and everything, and you start to learn a lot off of like what you can do better and what he does so well, basically. So
how does the World Baseball Classic, kind of bringing in a bunch of the best across the world for this team, how does that compare to like travel ball scenarios, where it's a lot of teams, especially in Central Florida where you grew up, kind of bringing out the best dudes and really showcasing that talent? Like, is there any kind of comparison there?
Yeah, with the WBC, we were kind of talking about it last night. Like, the WBC is kind of a little showcase ball. No one knows you. No one knows. They know who you are, but it's like it's big leaguers playing versus a lot of big leaguers and minor leaguers and everything. Like, it's a little mix of like guys representing their homeland, and it's really cool, just because you get to meet so many different people throughout the process. Yeah, it's a little tricky to navigate for sure, though.
How pumped are you? Because I know it's got to be electric. Trying to make the big leagues, obviously, knowing that for the next 2-3 weeks, next couple starts, you're competing against the best of the world and really able to show off on the world stage.
Yeah, I'm excited. We got a tough bracket, but we got a good team. But we got a good team here, like a really good team. Definitely can pop off some wins, I for sure. But I'm excited just to like get to show me again at the end of the day. Excited to start versus Great Britain, and like being one of the 4 starters is a huge honor at the end of the day. So just being here with the team is definitely just the most important thing, and seeing if we could pop off a couple of wins is the big thing, and just keep moving on. We got a tough pool, but we're excited and we're ready to go.
Yeah, and tell me about some of your friends and family back home. You said your family's flying out. I mean, how many TVs do you think in the Daytona Beach, Central Florida area are going to be tuning in to watch Dylan Deluchia versus Great Britain?
Oh, dude, I think I got, let's see, I have 250 messages ever since I announced I was that's I haven't opened yet.
That's elite. That's elite stuff.
So that or like that's since last week announcing like, hey, I'm going to be starting versus Great Britain. It's awesome. It's awesome. Former coaches texting me, getting former recruiting coaches from colleges that I didn't even commit to are texting me saying, hey, we want to come to the game. We want to support, or like, hey, we're going to have the TV on. So it's been really cool. Definitely just reaching out and like hearing from everybody. It's definitely going to give me a little more drive for sure.
What is it like? Does it kind of what's the emotions like of knowing that so many people back home are really rooting for you to succeed at the highest stage?
Yeah, I mean, I try not to think about it too much because at the end of the day, it's a kid's game, and at the end of the day, I'm just excited just to keep playing. At the end of the day, but like I'm just excited just to show like, hey, like I'm from Daytona Beach. That's where I was born and raised, and we can put on something for like future kids to grow up and like, hey, maybe look after and be like, hey, we could represent that one day, and just try to like bring more knowledge to it and see what guys take to it, like honestly.
And not to give away too much of the scouting report for you, but what are some of the big things you've been working on this offseason to really get yourself in the best competitive form?
Yeah, like right now, spring training, so we're competing for spots right now. Big league team is great and everything. So like, just trying to keep on working, trying to better our craft, our pitches. Like we added a splitter and a cutter this off season. So now like we're trying to utilize those in different ways. And, we're having huge successes with them for sure. So we're just not relying just on the fastball slider anymore. It's like, hey, if we could throw a cutter in there when we could hide the fastball to get a weak contact hit, that's the best play, best work. So yeah, I think, this offseason definitely was a big grind, and was able to come out like for surely better and 2 more pitches to add to the arsenal.
If you could steal one pitch from any Team Italy teammate, what is it?
Oh, like steal a pitch, like one of the guys?
Yeah.
Dude. Kyle's got to throw 99, so I think I'm gonna probably take his fastball. Even though I got good fastball, like keep my metrics, but take his velo. Oh, that would be cool. But honestly, like I'm honestly just confident in all my pitches, and like that's what I'm gonna do. Like at the end of the day, like we're gonna fill up the zone, and whatever happens, and walks don't win ball games. So it's the way we kind of look at things. All growing up as a pitcher, it all relates to the rec ball way. Walks don't win ball games. If you throw the ball in the zone, yeah, you might give up a home run. 1 run doesn't matter. You can't win a game 1-0. So, well, you can, but it's hard to. So, but yeah, I mean, just if you could fill up the zone and throw all 3 pitches for strikes, it's going to be a hard challenge for hitters because they can't adjust that quick.
All right. What is the most surprising thing about Team Italy so far for you?
Honestly, the guys like took to it well. Like this is a good group of guys. It is. It gives flashbacks of like that Ole Miss team where it was just kind of like family based and like, hey, we're here to have fun, but we're here to lock in and win. Everybody's getting to know everybody on the bus. There's no like quiet time on the bus. We're all telling stories about each other. Like, we're learning each other. Plane ride over was a wicked plane ride. They have so much film on it. Hopefully half of it gets out, not the other half, but it's like, like really like the guys do it. Like we took to it well. You could tell like the guys want to be here. The guys want to win. And like, I think, at the end of the day, like people are talking about our bracket, but like, because we do have the toughest bracket. I mean, we got Team USA, Team Mexico, Brazil, Great Britain, us. It's a tough bracket. But like everybody's talking about other teams, and like we like to be a sleeper candidate, and like we're excited. We are. I think we might show a little shock on this one.
What is your go-to pump up song right now?
So all the guys were asking, because like I usually let the guys pick up my walkout song. I just post it on the board, and we'll take like a vote. Like there'll be like 3 guys will put up songs, and like so this one, like I kind of do that. So let the brother pick. He picked Drake. So we're riding with Drake this one. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I really don't like have a pump walk up song. I let the guys kind of pick my walkout songs. Like I just, it's always been a fun way. Like I've gone out to Biggie, I've gone out to Tupac, I've gone out to Morgan. Like it's like the guys will change them up for me and there'll be a twist, but like that's kind of like what it's been.
If you end up pitching against Canada, will you have to change it from Drake?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Luckily, we won't see them until the championship, I think. So, I mean, I don't know. I could still represent Drake in it. I call he's more U.S. based now.
All right, thanks, Dylan Deluchia. I appreciate your time.
I appreciate you. Thank you for having me.
We'll be cheering him on in Houston on Sunday. Thanks for watching Florida Live.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to get you back to Chicago. President Obama is still speaking right now, eulogizing the late civil rights leader, Reverend Jesse Jackson, at his memorial service in Chicago. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
To common decency, every day you wake up to things you just didn't think were possible. Each day we're told by those in high office to fear each other and to turn on each other, and that some Americans count more than others, and that some don't even count at all. Everywhere we see greed and bigotry being celebrated, and bullying and mockery masquerading as strength. We see science and expertise denigrated, while ignorance and dishonesty and cruelty and corruption are reaping untold rewards. Every single day we see that, and it's hard to hope in those moments. So it may be tempting to get discouraged, to give in to cynicism. It may be tempting for some to compromise with power and grab what you can, or even for good people to maybe just put your head down and wait for the storm to pass. But this man, Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson, inspires us to take a harder path. His voice calls on each of us to be heralds of change, to be messengers of hope, to step forward and say, send me. Wherever we have a chance to make an impact, whether it's in our school, or our workplaces, or our neighborhoods, or our cities. Not for fame, not for glory, or because success is guaranteed, but because it gives our life purpose. Because it aligns with what our faith tells us God demands. And because if we don't step up, no one else will. How fortunate we were that Jesse Jackson answered that call. What a great debt we owe to him. May God bless Reverend Jackson. May he rest in eternal peace. God bless you.
President Obama speaking at the memorial service for Jesse Jackson. There's going to be some more music, I believe, at this point in the program. Still a number of speakers to go. We're keeping an eye on that because 2 other former presidents are also expected to speak, including Joe Biden and Bill Clinton. So minutes, we'll go ahead and listen into that as well. Right now, you see Jennifer Hudson, who is going to be performing a song at this funeral. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. I want to play for you now a news conference from CFO Blazin Golia, the state chief financial officer, also the state fire marshal. He was in Naples yesterday. We didn't have the chance to listen in because of breaking news. So while we're getting the chance now, I do want to play a little bit of it for you as he provided some grant funding to provide some equipment for fire departments there that will help with exposure to toxic chemicals and the things that firefighters deal with when they respond to fires. The CFO was also talking about the importance of first responders and the work they do. And this is something that he goes around the state often and provides these awards to help protect our first responders and acknowledging their service to their communities. Here's a little bit of what Blazin Golia had to say.
We have some people. I just want to recognize some people in the room because we're also going to be recognizing some people later. Greater Naples Fire Rescue Chief Chris Wolf is here. Where's Chris? He's not here. Remind me to fire the person who put that in here. Who's not here? All right. Let's try this one. North Collier Fire Control and Rescue District Chief Elroy Ricardo. There we go. Oh yeah, I saw you walking in. I'm sorry. City of Marco Island, Chief Chris Byrne. Thank you, sir. Thank you. As you all know, I've said it before, I will say it again, our first responders are our hometown heroes. and they are the bedrock and the backbone of our communities. Right now, as you all probably know, Federal Forestry Service firefighters are fighting a 34,000-acre fire in Big Cypress National Preserve, just east of here. Just to let everyone know that my office has been monitoring the situation, and we have been in routine contact with Florida DEM, the Division of Emergency Management, and our office stand ready to offer any support if needed. Some stats for everyone. I'm sure the people in this room know this because you all know how hard that you all work, but for the people listening and watching, so they know that a fire department responds every 9 seconds here in the state of Florida. EMS rescue call occurs every 13 seconds. A fire occurs every 11 minutes, and a vehicle fire occurs every 61 minutes. Now, Lee County firefighters and EMS responded to more than 108,000 calls for service in 2024. And Florida is fortunate to have the best firefighters in the nation. Not even close. I know Texas says that they have the best. I'm telling you, Texas doesn't hold water to these guys and what y'all do in our community, so I appreciate that. And our firefighters go out on calls quickly, effectively, to any and all emergency situations.
The CFO giving an update as well about the national fire that's burning in the Big Cypress Preserve. We know it's above 53% contained, but it's burned thousands and tens of thousands of acres. Let's go ahead and listen in now. I want to get you to Chicago. Sorry for jumping around all over the place this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus, but former President Joe Biden now taking the stage to speak at the memorial service for Jesse Jackson. Let's go ahead and listen in.
They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not grow faint. I hope the hell you all got that, but you're going to need help getting out of here. You know, I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania initially, where the fact that I was an Irish Catholic wasn't a very positive thing to be. And then moved down to Wilmington, Delaware, which was segregated by law, and remained that way for much of my life. And, you know, it's interesting that Jesse Jackson, before we knew Jesse Jackson, I was raised with the notion that that hope is all you really have. You can't give up hope. My dad used to say, when you get knocked down, Joey, just get up. Just get up. Well, I, as a kid, I was a relatively good athlete, a pretty good student, but I stuttered to talk like that. Now, if I told you all earlier, when I was a kid, I had a cleft palate or a club foot, none of you would have laughed. But it's okay to laugh at stuttering. I'm not being critical of you, but think about it. It's the one place where people think you're stupid. Oh, really? I'm a hell of a lot smarter than most of you. But all kidding aside, it makes you feel really small. Makes you feel really small. And you know, when I moved from Wilmington to Claymont, Delaware, a working-class town, I was surprised. I remember being dropped off at the little Catholic school I went to, 3rd grade. And I watched this bus go by every day. And it passed, I was on the call of Philadelphia Pike connecting Wilmington and Philadelphia. And it passed the turn to the big high school, Claymont High School. And the little Catholic school I went to, Holy Rosie, was right on the corner. I remember saying to my mom, "Mom, why does that happen?" She said, "Well, black kids aren't allowed to go to school with white kids in Delaware." And, you know, the more I thought about that, I thought to myself, how can that be, how can that work? How can that be right? And so, as strange as it sounds, I got involved in being concerned about it. I didn't know a damn thing about the civil rights movement. I was going into the 4th grade. But you know what's right and you know what's wrong and you feel it. You know, the fact of the matter is, the man of God and the people throughout the decade of friendship and partnership, I knew Jesse. We were both young. I'm only 83. Here's a, I'll tell you laughing at. That's 40 times 2 plus. But all kidding aside, we came up through the same time. I knew Jesse, and history remembers him. I knew him was determined and tenacious. I knew him was underrated, undeterred, and unafraid. Not a joke. And more than most, Jesse was dedicated with every fiber in his being to redeeming the soul of America. The soul of America. You know, Jesse came up, and I came up together as leaders in the Democratic Party. We had very different backgrounds, and in some cases even different views, but never on race. Sometimes we went at it toe-to-toe. We disagreed on some issues. But that's what I actually admired most about Jesse, his passion. He was passionate. His passion, the courage of his convictions. And you know, his courage inspired a hell of a lot of us, even though we were the same age. You know, with his captivating presence, his stirring words, he would be easy for history to mistake Jesse for a firebrand. I think they'd get it wrong. Jesse certainly created his fair share of good trouble. But through decades of service, Jesse's abiding message is one of unity. That's what he talked about. Through decades of service, Jesse's abiding message of unity moved people in the right direction. Above all, he always sought common ground. I remember telling Jesse that I knew a guy in South Africa that I was going to go see. His name is Nelson Mandela. And Jesse saying, how are you going to guys actually see him? By the way, you know, the continent of Africa is going to be the largest continent in the world in terms of population by the year 2050, the largest in the entire world. Watch, man. Watch. And the fact of the matter was that I remember there were a group of senators going down to, I got elected when I was 29. I wasn't old enough to be sworn in. For real. Some people I wasn't bright enough to be sworn in, but the point was, I had to wait 17 days before I could be eligible to be sworn in as a United States Senator. One of the benefits that had was I wasn't going to leave the Senate. I wasn't going to be sworn in because I got a phone call on December 18th before we would get sworn in January that my wife and daughter had just been killed and my 2 boys were going to die. So I decided there was an accident. There was a Christmas shop, a tractor trailer hit them. So I decided I wasn't going to go to the Senate. And often pointed out to me, I said, you know, my kids can, the state of Delaware can always get another senator. We had a Democratic governor. And, but they can't, my kids can't get another father. But because of a couple people, starting with Teddy Kennedy and a guy named Fritz Hollins from South Carolina, where Jesse was from, and a few others after Hubert Humphrey and others, they put their arm around me and they said, look, just stay for 10 months and then go. Because they knew I was going to be leaving, as Hillary can tell you, and all 3 of them can tell you, is that when you're a freshman, you don't get on the good committees. Committees everybody wants to get on are appropriations, finance, judiciary, and foreign relations. So to keep me down there, they put me on two really important committees. The Judiciary Committee, which allowed me to appoint the first black justice to the Supreme Court. And the Foreign Relations Committee. The real benefit of that was, I've been around so damn long, I literally, and I'm not being critical of my colleagues, I know more heads of state personally than any other president in the history of the United States of America. Which means I know a lot about other countries. I spend a lot of time. But here's the point. You know, the fact is that as I learned, and by the way, I've forgotten more about what Putin does and these guys and Xi than most people know. I've met with Putin anyway. And remember, Barack was a great, great man to be vice president for. I really mean it, Barack. Thank you. Barack and I had a deal where we talk with each other every morning we'd be the first two people we talk to. And every night we'd be the last two people we talk to. And Barack would be asking me a question or something. I'd say, well, you know, it's all personal relations. He'd go, I know, Joe. Enough about all personal relations. But the fact of the matter is, that's why he was such a damn good president. And the whole point of what I'm trying to get at here is that, you know, Jesse did it really well. You got to know people. You got to understand what's on their mind. You got to kind of speak to them. You got to be able to talk to them. And above all, Jesse always sought common ground. Of course, he preached hope because, folks, despite all he endured growing up, despite the pain and disappointment he experienced, Jesse was an optimist at his core. No matter what you say, at his core, he was an optimist. I don't know if it was born out of religious beliefs, I don't know if it was born out of how it arrived, but it arrives in people in different ways. But it mattered a lot. It mattered a lot. He kept the faith with the American people. Every time I moved after I moved from Scranton, we'd go up there and spend the summers up there. Every time I leave my grandpa Ambrose Finnegan's home, he was an All-American football player at Santa Clara when Irish Catholics weren't very much in vogue and kept in the minds up there, as Hillary knows that state well. Every time I leave the house, he yelled, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandmother will no, Joey, spread it. Well, folks, I had the opportunity to come up in politics at a time with people like Jesse around, and Jesse in particular, where he talked about hope. He talked about hope. He believed in his bones in the promise of America. We're all created equal in the image of God. And we hear this all the time. I wonder how many people really believe it. He believed everybody deserved to be treated with equally and throughout their lives. And while we've never fully lived up to the promise, I don't think things would have been the same had Jesse not been around, because Jesse decided that his life was ensuring that we never fully walk away from it either. Because there's bad times like now. We're in a tough spot, folks. We got an administration that doesn't share any of the values that we have. And I don't think I'm exaggerating a little bit. So, he knew who we were at our best, and he simply refused to let us off the hook as a party, as a nation, or as individuals. And time and again, through triumph and turmoil, with relentless insistence on what is right and just, he helped lead us closer to fulfilling our nation's promise of restoring the nation's soul. He used his gifts to influence generations of Americans, and countless elected officials, including presidents, as you see here today. And though through his impassioned words on the campaign trail and through moments of quiet courage, Jesse changed history in ways numerous and profound. In fact, I want to thank the Jackson family again, because you don't do it without family. My dad used to have an expression, Miss Jackson. Say, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. It's all family. And Rainbow Push Coalition, you know, the family, you're just incredible. But I promise you, as much as we're celebrating here, when you leave here, you're still going to go home and you're going to feel a little hole in your heart. He's gone. He's gone. But only I can tell you from experience of losing so many people in my family, the day will come when his memory brings a smile to your lips before it brings a tear to your eye. It will come. It will come. And my prayer for yours will be sooner than later. Look, you know, at the Legion of Americans, I know there are many who counted Jesse as a mentor, a friend, a hero. Let us be what Jesse called us to be. A margin of hope. Sometimes just a margin. You change people's lives, you change community lives. Lift up this country and light the path to be a nation Jesse always believed we could be. You know, 3 years ago this week, Jesse and I came together once again on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Walk across that bridge. When you stand there, you come from a state like Delaware, you understand what's on the other side when they're waiting there. Thugs on horses waiting to beat the living hell out of you. Well, let me tell you something. We reenacted that a number of times. This time, Jesse's in a wheelchair. But he's not deterred. His faith renewed his strength. And with faith, he didn't grow weary and didn't let us grow weary. No, he really didn't. I know it sounds strange, but he didn't. I reflected on Jesse's strength and his spirit. Let me close with sharing a hymn that means a lot to the Biden family. Particularly meant a lot to my son, Bo. Bo is a wonderful guy. He should be standing here, not me. Bo was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware, a really decent guy, loved by everyone in the community. Volunteered to go to Iraq, rather than go to Iraq when it was all National Guard. And he died there because he was exposed to those burn pits. Well, you know, this quote meant a lot. It's, and he will raise you up on eagle's wings and bear you on the breath of dawn. Let this light shine upon you like the sun until next time he sees you, will he hold it in the palm of his hand. My prayer for everyone here, and I'm cutting my speech very short because I'm afraid I'm going to be attacked. So folks, I guess I could say it all in one paragraph. Don't give up. I started off every morning as a young man when I got back to Delaware.
President Joe Biden continuing to speak at the memorial service for the late Reverend Jesse Jackson, civil rights leader. President Biden, one of 3 former presidents speaking at this. We already heard earlier from former President Obama, now former President Biden. Still a little bit later in the program, former President Clinton. Let me give you a live look right now at the White House, where President Donald Trump is getting ready to host a roundtable looking at the future of college sports. A lot of folks are going to be part of that, including Governor Ron DeSantis. According to reports, Urban Meyer, who used to coach at Florida, Nick Saban, coaching a legend from Alabama, a number of other people as well going to be involved in that. That's coming up around 4 o'clock, so stay tuned for that on YouTube.